Dobro jutro, poštovane gošće, dobro jutro, poštovani gosti, cijenjeni domaćini. Zadovoljstvo mi je pozdraviti vas i izraziti veliku radost što smo danas ovdje u prekrasnom gradu na Neretvi, Mostaru, u povodu Evropske konferencije o demokratskoj obnovi, o inovacijama uz deliberativnu demokraciju. Zovem se Nikola Vučić, urednik sam, novinar i televizijski voditelj, a baš sam ove gore list. Rođen sam u Mostaru i proveo prvih svojih 18 godina života ovdje, stoga mi vjerujte na riječ kada kažem da mi je posebna čast što ću vas voditi kroz ovu dvodnevnu konferenciju i nadam se da ćemo imati vrlo poticajne zaključke. Imat ćemo ovdje tri glavna zadatka, analizirat ćemo, raspravljati i u konačnici, kako rekoh, donositi zaključke. Analizirat ćemo trenutno stanje na polju demokracije i raspravljati o participaciji građana, o njihovoj nadogradnji predstavničkih demokratskih institucija. Govorit ćemo o potrebi provedbe ovih deliberativnih procesa uz poticanje suradničkog upravljanja i povećanje povjerenja u demokratske procese. I konačno izvući ćemo zaključke koji otvaraju vrata prema inovativnim i inkluzivnim demokratskim procesima koji će rezultirati opipljivim, konkretnim, vidljivim društvenim promjenama širom Bosne i Hercegovine. Osjećajte se kao kod kuće, razmišljajte i slobodno podijelite svoje stavove s nama. Jako sam sretan što vidim veliki broj lokalnih vlasti, kreatora politika i istraživača iz cijele Evrope i Bosne i Hercegovine koji su danas uspjeli doći ovdje s nama u Mostar. Zahvale svakako upućujem i svima onima koji prate ovu konferenciju online i nadam se da će i oni tijekom našeg druženja imati pitanja koja će moći aktivno postavljati, a koja ćemo tokom panel diskusija, otvorenih rasprava pročitati i nadam se dati neke konkretne odgovore na njih. A sada slijedi službeno otvaranje. Nakon mene govorit će uvaženi gradonačelnik, stoga pozivam da nam se obrati domaćin grada Mostara, gradonačelnik grada na Neretvi, gospodin Mario Kordić. Izvolite, gradonačelniče.
Nikola, hvala puno. Ja treba negdje mikrofon.
Da, bilo bi dobro da se...
Dobar dan, sve vas srdačno pozdravljam. Nikola, hvala na ovom lijepom uvodu. Naime, ja kao gradonačelnik danas sam onako posebno i počašćen i sretan da se upravo ovakva konferencija održava u gradu Mostaru. Za početak bih htio pozdraviti goste koji su nam došli i s kojima sam imao priliku jučer čitav dan družiti se i razmijeniti izvjesna mišljenja. Tako bih htio pozdraviti gospodina Beniteza, dobro nam došli u grad Mostar, gospodina Diksona, dobro nam došli, gospođu Moras, dobro došla, gospođu Bojanu Uromovu, koja je već nekako naša domaća tu jer se družimo cijelo vrijeme mog mandata i jako sam sretan zbog toga. Naime, ideja oko deliberativne demokracije u Mostaru je negdje s početka mog mandata bila iskomunicirana od predstavnika Vijeća Evrope u našoj državi. Moram priznati tad kao politički laik i neko ko nije imao neko veliko iskustvo u ovakvim procesima, sam imao svoje mišljenje s rezervom u ovaj cijeli proces. Na sreću su bili dobri ljudi koji su mi uspjeli objasniti u kom smjeru to ide i kako bi to trebalo izgledati, kako je zamišljeno i danas sam sretan da smo tad krenuli u ovaj proces, a izrazito sretan da smo i onu prvu fazu procesa nekako uspješno doveli do kraja, što govori i ova konferencija. Naime, danas smo se ovdje našli da pošaljemo poruku iz Mostara kako je proces koji je prije godinu dana započet, prepoznat u gradu, naišao je na jedno plodno tlo. Naime, vi ćete se sjetiti koji pratite mostarsku političku scenu da smo mi u prvoj fazi procesa odradili jednu skupštinu građana koja je rezultirala preporukama, a tema je bila komunala. Te preporuke su se našle u službenim dokumentima grada Mostara, prošle proceduru Gradskog vijeća grada Mostara i ovaj čas su u implementaciji. Sa zadovoljstvom mogu reći da taj proces će se vrlo brzo završiti, tako da će se vidjeti onaj konkretni opipljivi rezultat takve jedne aktivnosti. Naime, svjesni ste da smo prije par dana obilježavali dan demokracije u svijetu generalno i tad smo imali sličan jedan panel i razgovarali smo o demokratskim procesima, o onom što to je suštinska demokracija i kako poboljšati tu priču, jer naravno bio je zaključak da ne postoje sustavi koji su idealni, koje ne treba popravljati i razgovarali smo kako popraviti demokratski proces, odnosno kako pokušati doći do onog savršenog modela upravljanja. Upravo ovo je nešto što služi u tom smjeru, odnosno svrha ovakvih stvari je da se građani što bliže i što bolje uključe u demokratske procese i u upravljanje gradom. Naime, demokracija, kao riječ, je upravljanje naroda. A ovo je nekako, čini mi se, barem po mom iskustvu, evo dosadašnjem saznanju, nekako najbliži kontakt da mi sa ljudima koji su u randomiziranom uzorku izabrani razgovaramo, osluškujemo što to vi želite i naravno kroz službene strukture pokušamo sve te želje i sve ideje implementirati. Veselim se jako da ćemo danas razgovarati na ovu temu, veselim se da su danas s nama mnogi predstavnici lokalnih samouprava koje bi mi htjeli u ovom procesu ohrabriti kao grad Mostar i poslati jednu pozitivnu priču o deliberativnoj demokraciji kao takvoj i pokazati da je to jedan dobar smjer u kojem se treba ići. Isto tako pozdravljam sve vas koji ste prisutni ovdje na bilo kojoj platformi online ili bilo kojim drugim putem pratite ovu konferenciju. Vama koji ste došli izvan Mostara, zaželiti jedno ugodno vrijeme u gradu Mostaru, druženje s nama. Konferencija će, siguran sam, poslati dobre zaključke, dobre rezultate. Mi kao grad Mostar ćemo svakako pružiti bilo kakvu potporu koju budete trebali u ovom, jer smo prošli taj proces. Želim se isto tako zahvaliti ljudima iz Vijeća Evrope koji daju stvarno jednu veliku potporu ovim projektima. Ugodno druženje, ugodan boravak u gradu Mostaru i svako vam dobro.
Hvala vam, gradonačelniče Kordiću, na uvodnim riječima, obraćanju kojima ste ohrabrili početak naše pustolovine kroz deliberativne procese i načine na koji možemo unaprijediti demokraciju u lokalnim zajednicama. A sada je red da pozdravim gospodina Rafaela Beniteza, direktora Kongresa lokalnih i regionalnih vlasti Vijeća Evrope, institucije koja je zapravo direktno najzaslužnija za organizaciju jedne ovakve konferencije. Gospodine Benitez, zadovoljstvo je pozdraviti vas u Mostaru, imate riječ.
Thank you very much, Nikolaj, dear mayor.
Hvala vam, Nikola, gospodine gradonačelniče, gospođo Bojana, šefica našeg ureda ovdje u Sarajevu. Veliko je zadovoljstvo biti ovdje i sa vama provesti vrijeme. U vrijeme koje je zaista kritično, zaista je čast i zadovoljstvo pozdraviti vas u ime Vijeća Evrope na ovoj konferenciji. Na pitanju inovativne, deliberativne demokracije na lokalnom nivou. I mislim da je bitno malo suzdržati se ovdje. Malo ćemo ponoviti, pojasniti naslov ove konferencije. Inovativna je. Zašto? Jer u stvari sada unovimo neke nove stvari, probijamo led. Mostar u stvari pokazuje put, pokazuje soluciju, ne samo za vašu zemlju, nego i šire evropskom kontinentu. Tako da je ovo nešto što se posmatra širom Evrope, to je odličan primjer da pokažemo koliko se može krenuti naprijed u situacijama izazova. Znači možemo prevazići određene situacije, prevazići prošlost i krenuti naprijed. Demokratska je zato što uključuje građane. Ovo znači nisu pasivne konsultacije gdje se jednom razgovara kada se osoba izabere, pa onda se zaboravi. Ovdje građanstvo, ovdje u stvari građani učestvuju direktno. I sada lokalni nivo. Šta znači lokalni nivo? To je nama Kongresu najdraži, jer je to jedna vrlo specifična karakteristika Vijeća Evrope, vrlo inovativna. 70 godina unazad to je dimenzija lokalne demokracije koja je u stvari uobličila i samo Vijeće Evrope. I mogu reći da vaša zemlja pokazuje put naprijed. Juče smo potpisali memorandum o razumijevanju između dvije asocijacije lokalnih vlasti i mislim da je to primjer u stvari kako možemo zajednički raditi i ići dalje. Tako da zaista se radujem preporukama iz Federacije, iz Republike Srpske, oni koji su potpisali ovaj sporazum i što će nam omogućiti da idemo naprijed. Također je drago što vas mogu pozdraviti ovdje u ime Vijeća Evrope. Vijeće Evrope je organizacija kojoj vi pripadate i to je organizacija koja je najstarija u stvari, ona je, možemo reći, prabaka evropske konstrukcije, pokušava dovesti mir, vladavinu prava, ljudska prava, vladavinu demokracije, odnosno demokraciju u Evropu. Mislim da učesnici, oni koji su ovdje lično prisutni, kao i oni koji su online, i njihov broj zapravo govori koliko je ova tema relevantna i koliko je ovaj skup bitan, a govori o izazovima sa kojima se suočavamo. Predsjednik Kongresa je prije par dana, prilikom Međunarodnog dana demokracije, rekao da je ovo kritično vrijeme, da su izazovi sa kojima se suočavamo kao društvo, znači pandemija pa rat, mimo krize, sve su to izazovi koje mi kao ljudi moramo jednostavno živjeti sa njima i moramo to rješavati. Vi ste najbliži građanima i to je nešto što ponavljamo stalno, ali to je tačno jer vi najbolje znate u stvari šta je građanima potrebno. Kakvi su to izazovi sa kojima se suočavate i koje su to poteškoće u vašoj zemlji. Tako da jedino kroz zapravo taj lokalni nivo vlasti možemo se pozabaviti tim izazovima. Mi smo ubjeđeni da danas više nego ikada naša društva u jednoj pravoj demokraciji njeguju bliskost. To je nešto što je zasnovano na solidarnosti, to je osjećaj pripadnosti zajednici i to je zaista neophodnost da bismo napravili jednostavno zdrava društva, mjesta u kojima možemo živjeti, a time isto tako naše demokracije mogu cvjetati. Vjerujemo da regionalne i lokalne politike trebaju biti predane izgradnji lokalnih zajednica, pogotovo u ovom trenutnom kontekstu.
Are calling to rethink our governance process, the way we work, the way politicians interact with their constituencies, the way citizens can engage and embark into decision making. And overall, this allows us to propose new methods and to rethink the way democracy is practiced. We are convinced that deliberative democracy can contribute to this endeavor as a response to democratic backsliding, as this enables citizens to engage in completely new ways, as we have seen again in Mostaru. This is a new way, a different way of inspiring. It's a new way of practicing dialogue by proposing a new way in local decision making, and in this way strengthening representative democracy. It is also a way to complement traditional forms of citizen participation. Its main features have been described as randomness, inclusiveness, and informed deliberations. And indeed, these are unique features, these are strengths that can help our communities be stronger and help politicians work differently for the benefit of their people. What we're seeing is that these processes are starting to develop throughout the European continent, that they shape the way policies are making. But there's not so much practice of these new processes. And again, I think Mostaru is a very good example that can inspire other communities in the European continent. The city of Mostar is engaging resolutely in this venture, and I would like to use this opportunity to emphasize our successful cooperation in the flagship initiative that this project is, and thank the mayor in particular for his personal commitment into this successful process. Ladies and gentlemen, the Council of Europe firmly supports local and regional authorities willing to enhance and to create innovative decision-making for more inclusive processes. We will be with you, we will support you, we will try to help in every possible way. At the same time, it is also your responsibility to take on you this task and to be courageous in transcending the traditional forms of policy making and politics so that you can genuinely involve citizens, because at the end of the day, it's the reason why you are in politics. We believe that enhancing innovative participation to further incorporate citizens into shaping local policies will result in stronger and more cohesive communities. It requires education, it requires explanation, it requires listening to your citizens, but we know that you will do this and that in so doing you will help to shape better societies. Today's event in Mostar is an excellent opportunity to learn not only from the experience of Mostar, but also to exchange with your peers from the experiences that have been conducted in other cities and regions throughout the European continent, in what is now defined as a deliberative wave. And we must seize this opportunity to go further. It is an occasion to take stock of lessons learned and build on good practices of successful deliberative process, which bridge differences and make better and informed decisions. Its added value in multicultural societies is particularly relevant, and the prospects of institutionalization will be at the heart of our debates. These are all key elements of the report of the Congress on your country. They have been singled out as an excellent opportunity to build stronger local democracy. I hope that this conference, the first of its kind in Bosnia and Herzegovina, will provide you with new insights and perspectives, which will inspire and motivate you to consider embedding these deliberative processes in your local policy making. I thank you all for being here today, both in person and online, and I look forward to your reflection and wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Hvala uvaženom gospodinu Rafaelu.
Thank you, Mr. Bernardes, a representative of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. And now I will ask Bojana Urumova, head of the office in Sarajevo, to address the meeting. Dobro jutro svima.
Express my gratitude to Mayor Kordic and to the city of Mostar, the municipal council, our hosts in Mostar. It's really both an honor and a delight to be once again in Mostar with you, to build on the work which has started. I think the people who made this happen are sitting in this room or are connected online. Greetings also in particular to colleagues from the Congress, the director, Mr. Benitez, members of the Congress, and the Secretariat who were responsible for conceiving of this project. I think I can share what Mayor Kordic expressed. We were also not sure exactly how things would turn out with this exercise with the Citizens' Assembly that started last year. I remember last year we were here for the assembly with the chairman of the municipal council, with the chief advisor of the city, Mr. Maric and Ms. Komadina, and with a group of very engaged citizens who really picked up on the framework that was given for the discussion and the deliberation. But really a lot was down to the citizens themselves. Without them, this would not have happened, without the commitment, without the engagement of the citizens themselves, of course with the authorities, with civil society, and with a little bit of nudge and ideas that were coming from others who had undergone similar processes elsewhere. I remember then we also had representatives who were connecting online because that was a pandemic period which posed an additional challenge. But I think this was really helpful to encourage people to really take this exercise in a very serious way, to really articulate and formulate solutions. And what is particularly gratifying is that the process did not stop there with the holding of the assembly. We saw that the municipal council, the city of Mostaru, was really picking up on the citizens' recommendations, which were formulated in a very sensible way, 32 recommendations in the action plan on a question of deliberation that the citizens chose. I think you will hear more about that. It's about keeping the city clean. And the fact that the engagement did not stop with the last session of the Citizens' Assembly, the last weekend in July of last year when the citizens were getting together, that's really something which deserves great recognition and praise. We will try now to see whether this process can be also picked up further throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think this is an opportunity which will provide an occasion to further exchange on this, build on this, also discussing in a frank way challenges. Maybe different questions would be more difficult to deliberate on than the topic which was initially chosen. Maybe the process will work out differently elsewhere. But what Mostaru has shown was that it is really worth trying. It is really worth pursuing this approach, hearing the citizens, and validating their concerns. So I don't want to extend my remarks further. I'm again very honored to be part of this. This is part of what the Office of the Council of Europe in Bosnia and Herzegovina, our Sarajevo-based office, we're doing a number of activities which are designed to help Bosnia and Herzegovina and its citizens move forward. Actually this year we are marking the 20th anniversary of membership of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the Council of Europe. This year is also when we are starting a new action plan for Bosnia and Herzegovina with the Council of Europe, which is designed to help the country achieve progress in many different areas, including local democracy. But again, here I think we really can learn from the experience of Mostaru, and we hope that in future, maybe another municipality, another city in the country could also apply for an opportunity to engage in a deliberative democracy citizens' assembly exercise. And perhaps for the future of the work in Mostar, for the city itself to be organizing such assemblies. Thank you very much for your attention. Again, I wish you a very constructive conference, which will maybe give further impetus for work that will continue to benefit citizens, not just here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but more widely. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem se šefici Ureda Vijeća Evrope u Sarajevu. Lijep pozdrav također ovom prilikom.
Thank you. And this is an opportunity to invite other mayors and councillors from other cities and towns, members of the Association of Cities and Municipalities, academia, and other stakeholders of this conference on deliberative democracy to further engage in this project. Now we will start with discussions which will hopefully open an opportunity for a systemic analysis. We will present newest developments in deliberative processes in various areas in Europe and the region, and try to explore their potentials for development of deliberative democracy, and which will contribute to further cohesion of deliberative democracy here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now I will invite Mr. Karl-Heinz Lambert, who is reporter of the Congress, and he will discuss the use of deliberative methods. And after that we will hear Claudia Hollisch, who is the founder of the Institute Democracy. They will participate in the session online. This session will present the newest developments in practices of deliberative processes in Europe and elsewhere. And they will explore potentials, the potential contribution of these processes to the development of democracy. Now we will discuss the state of affairs of deliberative democracy in Europe, and I will invite Mr. Karl-Heinz Lambert, who will discuss deliberative methodologies at the local and regional level. He is representative of German community in Belgium, which also institutionalized this deliberative process. You have the floor. The floor is yours, Mr. Lambert.
Dear Mayor Kodic, dear Mr. Benitez, dear Mrs. Urumova, dear panelists, and dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to apologize that I was not able to come to you today and tomorrow, but nevertheless, I am very happy to address you at this important and very timely event on deliberative democracy, both in my capacity as Congress rapporteur on deliberative democracy at local and regional level, and also as the president of the Parliament of Ostbelgien, the German-speaking region in Belgium, which institutionalized deliberative processes. For today's, we will be discussing how, beyond local and regional elections, the growing and consolidating trend of citizens' deliberations can contribute to strengthening public trust in the political processes and complement representative democracy. Until recently, public authorities have increasingly used numerous forms of citizens' participation. However, we realize that this is not a reliable indicator of a healthy and solid democracy. This is particularly relevant now, as representative democracy is facing numerous challenges, including declining confidence in the political system and electoral fatigue. As Mr. Benitez highlighted, deliberative processes are not just a mere experiment, they are part of a movement to innovate democracy and make it more resilient. This movement is grounded on one of the key principles laid by the European Charter of Self-Government, the principle of the right of citizens to participate in public affairs, and it builds on the best practices of citizens' participation over several decades. This was the background for the Congress to adopt during its 22nd session in March this year a report with a recommendation and a resolution on beyond elections, the use of deliberative methods in European municipalities and regions, thereby, as previously mentioned, recognizing the deliberative trend. It is worth noting that the city of Mostaru, along with my region of Ostbelgien, are presented in this report as positive examples of organizing deliberative processes at local and regional level. I'm very proud of having the opportunity to share some of our reflections on deliberative methods, as they have become one of the most innovative ways of deepening citizens' involvement in decision-making. In a nutshell, in a deliberative democracy process, a group of citizens, randomly selected through civic lotteries, will familiarize themselves extensively with a policy issue, exchange about it together, and, as a result, formulate proposals to the authorities. As a precondition for success, such process require a strong commitment from all players in a political community. They must really want to participate in a positive way. It cannot be an alibi exercise, other way it will fail. And they require time, and some may highlight that they may be resource intensive. Our conclusion source is that political determination paired with both time and adequate resources are key for creating a vivid democratic environment. I would also like to stress that the idea of equality in participation inherent in deliberative democracy has therefore led to reactivating an age-old idea of drawing citizens by lot to diversify participation and leave no one behind. This practice that dates back to Athenian democracy sees this as the best way to ensure that citizens have an equal chance to be part of a group that can influence policy making, even if in Athens there was no participation for women and also not for slaves. Today it is really different. This also leads to create a group that the wider public can consider representative enough to enable them and local politicians to accept the result of their deliberations. These elements are of fairness, equality, inclusiveness will be tackled throughout this conference. Other main conclusions of the report concern the topic, the transparency, and the genuinity of the process. Indeed, deliberative methods have proved to work very well when addressing complex problems and those which are difficult to resolve in a partisan or polarized environment. The setting of deliberations creates a space where mutual understanding, respect, and equal discussion can take place. Polarized issues become less contentious. In addition, all steps and the information received by citizens are made public, these processes increase transparency at all stages of policy decisions. Last but not least, by enabling citizens to be in a strong position to prepare the decision-making, deliberative methods show that public participation is taken seriously and is genuine endeavor. For all these reasons, at the Congress, we believe that deliberative democracy can boost innovations and increase trust in local and regional authorities and their elected representatives. For all these to become a tangible reality, the main challenge lays in the follow-up. Often, we consider that the participation process ended with the conclusions and the proposals. No, it just begins in this moment. As a politician who has been personally involved in several deliberative processes, I have emphasized on many occasions that the adequate response of authorities to citizens' recommendations is vital to keep up the new dynamic, uphold a sense of co-creation, and reinstall the trust. Should local politicians not fully embrace such an approach, citizens' trust may be jeopardized or even lost. Therefore, detailed and regular reports need to be made, setting out the action which the authorities have already taken and highlighting the recommendations which still need to be implemented. In this regard, I commend the resolute engagement by Mostaru authorities to follow up by unanimously adopting the action plan for the implementation of the citizens' recommendations in November last year. I look forward to continuing witnessing the progress of implementation and the organization of the second deliberative process in this year to come. I'm convinced that in the next sessions we will hear additional meaningful testimonials by our speakers on this very important aspect and on ways to move towards sustainability of such approaches. As the President of the Parliament of the German-speaking community in Belgium, I would also like to introduce the deliberative model that we created in our region and some lessons learned that I believe could be useful for others. Our proposal for organizing a deliberative process reflects the institutional and social context of our region, and we move toward institutionalizing the process in order to ensure that this model is long-lasting and does not associate with a specific government or a political party or a political majority. Introducing mechanisms for pluralistic support is vital, so that the approach and mechanism remain depoliticized and give citizens a fully fledged role in local decision-making. In our region, we have established two layers, two bodies with different roles. We have citizen assemblies and a citizen council. The citizens' assemblies work on the recommendation, and then their work is finished. The citizen council, composed by former members of citizen assemblies, has to set the agenda, to monitor the process, and first of all to contribute to the improvement of the conclusions and the follow-up of these recommendations. We ensure that each body's work is focused and both are getting enough time to work in a meaningful manner. The fact that the process is institutionalized allows citizens' councils and panels to work together regularly in defined setting and with a sense of contributing to the ongoing and forthcoming policies. But now we discuss three issues. The first, assembly concerned the care for elder people. The second one, the inclusion in education. And the last one was about affordable housing. And the biggest challenge we have is to realize the follow-up of these conclusions in the normal work of our parliament and together with the government to bring these conclusions to real actions. And that is a long-term process. We continue to work on the issues even more than 1.5 years later than the moment the conclusions and the recommendations are on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, institutionalization of deliberative processes is a very trending topic, and I look forward to hearing the examples from other cities and regions and our exchanges. I would like to conclude with some key elements. Deliberative democracy is a way to further promote citizens' participation, build trust, and enhance the health of our democracy. It is a model that has proven to be effective. In the report, which I invite you all to read, we present a number of examples, and during this conference we will listen and learn from many other ones. I would like to reiterate the importance of ensuring an adequate random selection of the citizens and establishing efficient mechanism to ensure a proper and truthful follow-up to the citizens' recommendations. This last point is for me the most important of all discussions around deliberative democracy. I encourage you all to spread the word and consider embedding deliberative processes in the governance of your respective local and regional authorities. It is worth learning about it, enlarging their knowledge about its benefits, and convincing your peers to engage in the deliberative movement. At the Congress, we will continue promoting this approach. We offer our expertise, the experience including of our members, to embed new and complementary approach to further strengthen the fabric of our democratic societies. I wish all of us success and a fruitful exchange. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala mnogo, gospodin.
Thank you, Mr. Karl-Heinz Lamberts, for explaining the deliberative processes. And now I would encourage you to share your experiences in the context of deliberative processes, democratization. Please raise your hand and I will bring you the microphone, or perhaps you can ask questions for some of our experts. I would like to thank Mr. Lamberts for explaining how this distinction functions in his context, the distinction between the Council and the Assembly. We will see that in some other examples from local communities, from the region, those that have deliberative processes, and where this this issue has been explained, it's a matter of context. And I would also like to thank for these inputs about the democratization deliberative processes. And after lunch today, we will have a more systematic discussion about the process itself, about institutionalization of deliberative processes. And now I'll ask Mrs. Claudia Schwalisch. I hope I have pronounced the name properly. Miss Claudia. Claudia is the organizer or the establisher of the institution called Next, and I would request that she shares with us some information about it. So, how long are education processes? How long are training processes? How long does the training of the citizens last about this kind of deliberative participation of the public in decision making?
Hello. Is this a question for me to answer before giving my talk then? Or I'm sorry, I think I missed the start of the translation, so I'm a little bit confused.
Okay. Možete li nam objasniti?
All right, could you please explain how long the training of the public is about this deliberative process?
Usually lasts. Well, I mean, on average, these processes tend to last at least 40 hours. And so the learning stage is really a key aspect to this. And so it depends on what the issue is, but it's usually multiple days and really a very long learning process of being in touch with experts, of hearing evidence, of having, educational videos, and also being able to interact with and question stakeholders as well, because that's also just as important as information from quote unquote experts too. So it's quite an intensive learning stage involved in all of these processes.
Izvolite, možete sada imati...
Now you can continue with your opening remarks.
Sorry, I think there's just a slight delay with things, so apologies for that. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak today at this Council of Europe Congress of Local and Regional Authorities conference in Mostaru this morning. I'm really, really sorry that I could not be with you there in person, but hopefully there will be another occasion in the future. So my name is Claudia Schwalis, and I am the founder and CEO of a new non-profit and non-partisan research and action institute, which is called Democracy Next. And our mission is to be shifting political and legislative power to everyday people by building new democratic institutions of citizen participation, representation by lot, and deliberation. Previously to this, I was at the OECD, where I established and then I also led the area of work on the future of democracy and innovative citizen participation. So it's been about 10 years now that I've been studying and researching populism, democratic innovation, and in particular, deliberative democracy. Trying to understand the roots of the problem and devoting most of my energy, though, in terms of exploring what are the potential solutions to it. Because democracy is something that has always evolved over time, both our understanding of it and its forms and institutions. And I think it's sometimes a helpful reminder that it's only very recently, in the very long span of history, that elections were associated with democracy at all. Because democracy, as we heard referenced even earlier today, means collective people power. And for centuries, it was rather associated with sortition, meaning random selection by lottery. And we've had a recent resurgence of this democratic way of taking decisions with what the OECD has called the deliberative wave. For around the past 4 decades, there have been almost 600 examples of citizens' assemblies and panels with randomly selected citizens that have taken place around the globe. They've taken place at all levels of government, from the local to the regional, national, and even transnational. They've touched on a very, very wide range of policy issues, from transport infrastructure to multi-billion-dollar 10-year city plans, to how to regulate the big tech companies, constitutional changes on abortion and same-sex marriage. They've led to climate change acts, questions about assisted dying, and so many more questions addressed in this way. So we have an amazing wealth of evidence today that everyday people are more than capable of deliberating on very complex issues. A key aspect of these citizens' assemblies is learning and expertise. So just as I was saying now, about 40 hours on average. And people have the time to hear from experts, to hear evidence, to question stakeholders, and also to listen to one another. The collective intelligence of a diverse group of people is able to emerge in this way. And the people do the hard work of trying to find common ground on the decisions about what to do about these issues. It's not just about fighting over where we disagree and then we maybe vote and aggregate those votes. It's really about doing that hard work of finding, okay, maybe we don't agree 100% on everything, but where can we find the common ground between us? So when I was at the OECD, we also developed standards on the basis of all of this evidence. So we worked with practitioners, civil servants, and academics to develop good practice principles. We know what needs to be in place for citizen assemblies to quote unquote work, meaning two things. One, to be effective, resulting in really high quality recommendations for things that can be implemented, but also for them to be democratic and trusted by the public. We'd also worked on OECD evaluation guidelines to help encourage learning and high quality practice. And the most recent OECD paper on these issues, which links a bit into the work that I'm doing now at Democracy Next, is about institutionalization. In this OECD paper on this topic, I laid out 8 ways in which deliberative democracy is being institutionalized. So it's not a theoretical exercise. It draws on the real world examples that are already underway. So Mr. Lamberts just told us about what's been happening in Ostbelgien, and this is definitely one of the first places in the world that has established such a permanent citizens' council. But there's also examples from Paris to Bogota to Toronto and many, many other places that are now also embedding deliberative democracy in a legal and permanent way. I had the privilege of being involved in the design of the Ostbelgien model that was just described. And later also I was involved in the design of the permanent Paris Citizens Assembly, which was inspired by what happened in Ostbelgien. I think it's an example that shows us that such innovations in democratic evolution can and should be taking place everywhere, from smaller towns, cities, and regions, all the way to places like Paris, which is something like the 5th economy in the world. Popular demand for such a democratic reboot is very deep. A 2021 Pew Research Center report found overwhelmingly popular support for the creation of randomly selected citizens' assemblies across several democratic countries. In the US, where perhaps we might not even expect this, 79% of citizens think that it is either very or somewhat important that the government creates such assemblies. In France, after the end of the Citizens' Convention on Climate, a big national process that involved 150 people and took place over the course of 9 months, there was a poll that found that 3 out of 5 French people who knew about the Citizens' Assembly, and around 70% of the French population, thought that it had enough legitimacy to make proposals on behalf of the larger population. There was another poll that was done by Savipop in 2020 in France, Italy, the UK, and Germany, which found that around 2/3 of the population in each country believes that the recommendations of citizens' assemblies should not just be advisory, they should be binding. And I say this because we've been talking about a deliberative wave. And I think we're at the beginning of a second deliberative wave. The first one has shown us what is possible and what works. But citizens do not just want or deserve to merely have a voice. I believe they also need to have power. I think we need to move from a phase of citizens' assemblies being advisory, where it is still up to the political will and other incentives of party and electoral politics to come back into the picture, to a new phase of citizens' assemblies being empowered to have decision-making power. As we heard in some of the opening remarks, citizens come up with sensible recommendations when we create the conditions for them to think deeply about an issue and to work together on finding the solutions. Of course, this requires reflections about accountability mechanisms, the connection to implementation, but these are not unsolvable issues and we can develop such mechanisms. Citizens' assemblies are actually the classic form of democracy, returning to both its definition of collective people power, as well as the historical association of democratic forms of governance and sortition. Sortition recognizes that every single one of us has the agency, dignity, and capability of shaping the decisions that are affecting our lives. Citizens' assemblies are designed to then bring out our collective wisdom and to help us find common ground. In a context of great disillusionment with our current forms of democracy everywhere, I think they present the greatest hope of another democratic future being possible. Because democracy is so much more than just holding an election every few years. We need to be building the new democratic institutions that also give everyday people a chance to exert direct influence over the decisions that impact their lives. Another democratic future is possible, and we can make it happen together. So it's a great pleasure to be joining all of you today, albeit from a distance, but I very much look forward to our discussions over these next 2 days and also hearing what all of you think about these questions and issues and hearing about your experiences as well. So thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Claudia. And perhaps it would be maybe it would be possible for one of you in the audience to share your experiences from the Citizens Assembly in Mostar. We also have a representative of Istanbul here. Perhaps someone has a question here to ask our experts, or perhaps would like to share their experiences. You will get a microphone.
To begin, first of all, I'm greeting everybody here. This is Tülin Hadi from Istanbul Citizens Assembly, President of Istanbul Citizens Assembly. And it's really nice to be here in Mostar. This is my first time in your beautiful city. But I think since the beginning of this meeting, there are a lot of to discuss. There are a lot of to speak about, and I think this is being a very inspiring meeting, I should admit. I want to start by not asking a question, but Nicola asked a question to Claudia, and I want to offer an idea from our experience. He asked, how long does it take the training period of the citizens or the citizens' assemblies? From our experience, I can tell, of course, citizens or the assemblies need trainings. They should keep trainings because time is changing, experience is changing, and there are a lot of exchanges that should be done. But the best way to learn something is to implement it and to go for it. We started this way in Istanbul, and Istanbul Citizens Assembly is the, tomorrow I will explain in detail, but the biggest, but the youngest. And in a city like Istanbul, which is very big and very crowded, it wasn't easy to found the Citizens Assembly, but we went for it. And then we learned on the way. So I think one should think about it also. The courage and the strong commitment, as Mr. Lambert said, is needed. The transparency of the institutions are required. And this is all for the moment that I would offer as an idea to begin the discussions, maybe. Thank you.
Hvala puno. Bila je ovo Tülin Hadi iz...
Thank you. Mrs. Hadi is from Istanbul, from the Istanbul Citizens Assembly. Do we have any questions, any comments from participants of the conference? Yes, we have the mayor, Mr. Mario Kordic. A microphone for the mayor, please. Well, just briefly, from the experience of Mostar, the topic we addressed at the time were utilities. And it's not surprising that the recommendations we received to resolve the utility problem in Mostar, something that delighted me, something that thrilled me, and why I think this process is very important. We are aware that the key word, at least in our country and local countries, is confidence. Confidence that has unfortunately lost its value in the past 30 years. This is an ideal opportunity for the people to participate in the process, the deliberation about the processes, the problems that are bothersome for all of us. Also, we have a town that is not completely integrated. The randomized selection happened throughout the territory of Mostar, and those 47 people that sat down at the time came out with the conclusion that all of us have the same problems. Deliberations about the development of Mostar, the resolution of problems that we are facing are equal for all three constituencies. So I think that this model of deliberative democracy is something that added an additional dimension. This is what I'm trying to explain. So I think that the recommendation to all local communities in BIH to take stock of this moment, make sure you involve the citizens, because that way you get more. So once again, I call upon all the local communities to get involved in this kind of process, because this is also an opportunity to build confidence, to return the confidence into the politicians. So I just wanted to comment on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else? Any further questions? If there are no further questions, I would kindly ask Claudia, if she's still with us, to share with us her opinion. What is an added value of deliberative democracy when compared to other forms of citizens' participation?
Yeah, so if I just the question correctly, what is kind of the added value or the benefit of deliberation compared to other forms of democracy? Well, I would say that there's a few different benefits. One is that because of the element of sortition, so using a lottery to bring together a diverse and broadly representative group of people, this in itself has a few benefits because of the fact that, one, it reaches the people who are not participating in other forms of democracy necessarily. So it brings out the people who maybe have never voted, who've never gone to a town hall meeting, who aren't the kind of usual demographics who are participating in more open forms of democracy. It's bringing together that diversity of people. So in a setting where, or in a context, I think, where in many places there is polarization, people are divided, it's quite rare to actually be in conversation and encountering people who are very different from us. It creates the conditions for people to be able to come together. It creates the conditions for people to be able to learn together in depth about a problem before working together to find the solutions. So at the end, it's not just people's top of mind public opinions on a really complicated issue, but it's actually a public judgment that they've been able to come to after grappling with the complexity of the issue, hearing the evidence and expertise, and trying to work out, okay, where can we find some common ground on this? So again, I think that is really a big benefit, that it's not just an aggregation of individual people's views on something, but it creates the conditions for them to be able to work together to find where can we find consensus and where can we find a way forward on things. So it elevates our collective wisdom, and I think helps us to find common ground together to find the solutions that we can get behind together as a community to go forward.
Hvala lijepo. Imamo informaciju da
Thank you very much. We have information that a citizen of Mostar wants to address the meeting. The floor is yours. Allow me to present myself on behalf of the Citizens' Council. I'm very happy that we are invited to attend this meeting. As the mayor said, we provided recommendations, and I'm very glad that we hear of the initiative to engage in the second phase and to provide for different conditions and methodology of the work of the Citizens' Assembly. When we look at the situation. We did use some potentials. We are aware of all the challenges the town is facing. We discussed 3 topics: utilities, retaining young people, and projects that should be implemented. And then we focused on the first topic, and we contributed all to with proposals of solutions. And I do hope that as Citizens Assembly, we are aware of all the difficulties, and we wanted utilities to be integrated. A process has started but has not been completed yet. So we would like to know at what stage this is. We can see clearly when we walk across the town, there have been improvements. The issue of wastewaters have been addressed, but not everything is in place. We have some documents which we will submit to the chair of the city council and the mayor, and we do hope that in the second phase, as the lady recommended, we should know what is the plan for Mostar, and we should work to make Mostar a positive example for all the other cities. Thank you very much. You will have an opportunity to hear an answer to your question after the coffee break. Mr. Salem Maric, who is the president of the city council, will have a presentation, and I'm confident that he will also respond to your question. When we are due to have our first coffee, we have received multiple questions. We have some questions on the Zoom platform, but also here in the room.
Pa možda malo na tragu gospodina koji je spomenuo i nešto vezano za budućnost.
Perhaps something in relation to the future. When we look at the example of the town of Mostar as a positive example, and if other municipalities believe that they can use this example and implement it, my question is, for the mayor, is can we expect to have an assembly which will discuss the issue of young people, how to retain young people here? I work with young people, and I would like to know if we can focus on young people. I know that they are represented in the Citizens' Assembly, but realistically, young people are those who can work on the education and share positive examples in future. I will be very brief. The topic you raise is not the decision of the city council or the mayor. It's you who decide which topic we will discuss. I would like to have the focus on this topic on our agenda. It is one of top priorities, and I will be very happy to tackle this topic together with you. As for the recommendations we receive, it is a standard situation. We all have multiple ideas. We do and don't have money, but for the implementation, that's where we hit the wall, and these are administrative barriers we need to overcome to implement the project. I do agree with you that these are rather exhausting and long-lasting processes. We need to streamline our procedures in order to be able to implement our projects more expediently. As I said, the recommendations are being implemented right now. Thank you very much, Mayor. Now, let's see how functional our hybrid concept is. We have questions from the Zoom Good morning, I'm Slobodan Martinovic from the Organization Center for Research. I come from Serbia. We specialize in citizens' participation. And the point is that the participation of citizens cannot be tackled separately. Citizens and governments are an integrated software we need to implement projects. The citizens' participation must be institutionalized in different forms through participatory processes and so on. And these two stakeholders need to work together on the implementation of urban planning or other. The participation of citizens in Serbia has a legal framework, but unfortunately it has not taken root in practice because the boundaries are set by the government, and the extent of citizens' participation actually indicates how good the government in the city is, in the state is. Thank you very much. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to hear conclusions from Mr. Karl-Heinz Lamberts. If you could please reflect on the comment which we received from Serbia, and if you could please share with us information and experience how we can convince all the parties which need to engage in deliberative processes of its importance, how to convince the government of the importance and the important role of deliberative democracy, and that they should integrate it in the process.
Yes, it is a big issue and a big discussion. Elected people often think that they are elected and then they don't need other support by citizens. And it is very important to convince politicians that deliberative processes have a real added value also for her own work. But it is only possible to come to concrete conclusions and positive results if everyone is convinced that the process has a positive issue. The most situation we know where it failed is when politicians make a deliberative process as an alibi exercise. And another risk is that you make a deliberative process without professional preparation. You go only to consultation with people and then you don't have correct results because it is not good organized. So the remarks concerning training are fundamental. You need also a very professional moderation. And then you can really see that you have collective intelligence. That is very, very often the case, that you have, even if the initial points are contradictory, in the end you have a consensus because there is collective intelligence. And politicians must agree with this, and they must accept that they don't have to decide before the end of the process. And they must really be minded for a result. And you must continue to discuss, because often proposals have not enough coherence, especially on the field of financial consequences. That is always a very big issue. And so you must discuss And politicians have also a great need for training for this kind of discussion. If they discuss with the people who came from the deliberative process, so as they discuss normally between themselves, then you have problems. And that is one of the very interesting experiences we have in our region. We discovered a new way to discuss between politicians and citizens, a different way from what happens if politicians are discussing with each other. And that is a very important input for boosting democracy in our difficult times. And so I'm sure that it's really worth to continue this experience, but you must make training work on both sides. On the side of the people who are participating, they must got information, otherwise it is a little bit difficult, and you don't have too much time, but you must give enough information. And you must also train the politicians that they are really able to participate on a constructive way on the implementation of conclusions elaborated by deliberative institutions. So we are in the beginning of a process. We have still very much experiences, but we are not on the end. We are just in the first part of the start of this experience. And I hope that Mostaru can be also in the future a very active partner in this experience.
Thank you very much. And we would like to go back to Claudia at the end, if she could share with us her final thoughts about the discussions we've heard during this panel. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for passing me the floor back a little bit. I mean, I think perhaps it's been nice to hear the different reflections and the questions that have come up. I think for me, it was interesting to hear actually from two of the citizens that asked different questions, perhaps not directly to me, maybe directed more at the mayor, but I still think it was nice to hear that there was some support coming for perhaps this notion of a second wave of deliberative democracy, and Mostaru being an example of this there. And then perhaps the evocation also about citizens also should be able to have some agenda setting power. So I think maybe inspired more by what Karl-Heinz Lambert was explaining in the Ostbelgian model, how combining this notion of giving citizens also the power of what should be the topics on the agenda for such citizens' assemblies, I think is an important point as well, that it shouldn't be just coming top down from the politicians, but it should also be citizens themselves who are identifying what should we be able to bring up, because the evidence also shows on this front that, again, people come up with really sensible and important problems like affordable housing and improving the working conditions of healthcare workers and things like this. So again, I think we have the evidence about why citizens can be trusted, and why also having that kind of power given to citizens, I think is quite an important aspect of the bigger picture we're talking about here. So thank you. I will close the opening session there in terms of my remarks.
Very much, Claudia. Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. And now I invite you to join us on a 15 minutes coffee break, and then we'll discuss another topic, monitoring of deliberative processes and enhancing them.
Dobar dan.
Good afternoon. Welcome again. I believe we can start. You may participate. You may participate with your comments, and now it is a pleasure to announce a round table, the first round table, monitoring of deliberative processes, strengthening credibility and the influence of citizens' recommendations. So, as we continue, dear guests and hosts, we shall refer partly on the Congress report, which you have probably read. It is available online. Its title is Deliberative Methods Application in Europe, but this report actually indicates the importance of monitoring as a key moment in the design of deliberative processes. So the discussion that is to follow analyzes a wide range of aspects which include commitment of the authorities, confidence, or perhaps even disappointment of the citizens. With us here is the chairman of the City Council of Mostar, Mr. Salim Maric. Please join me in a round of applause for him. We would like to thank him for the hospitality. Online, Monika Szabior, Deputy Mayor of Gdańsk from Poland, and David Farrell, Professor of the University College in Ireland, Dublin. They are joining us online, and I do hope that they hear us. In the past few years, people have been using models of non-elective participation of their citizens in order to increase confidence of the public in political processes, which would be a sort of a building of the representative democracy that we know as such. So, participation of citizens in elections is now considered a reliable indication of a mental democracy. So that sort of capacity building, that sort of development of democracy exists in Mostar. So, Mr. Maric, what is your view of the development of deliberative methods? Do they contribute to increased participation of citizens in the process? How did it look like from the beginning? Were there any problems or challenges that you have faced in your attempt to communicate with the public to form, or actually problems to form the Citizens' Assembly, and what kind of challenges did you face in that aspect?
Pozdrav svima koji ste prisutni ovdje, pozdrav I gospodi koji nas...
I would like to thank all those who are following us, both online and those present here. It's a pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Mostar. Welcome to Mostar, and I hope that you will have a nice time here as our guests. I am happy to know that Mostar was the first city in BiH and also in the region to start with the implementation of the deliberative process, that we established a Citizens' Assembly, and that the City Council was the one who had this privilege. After the non-existence of the Council in several years, we now had the opportunity to actually include the Citizens' Assembly in this, and I really would like to thank the Council of Europe for choosing Mostar for this project. And for us, at the very beginning of the mandate, it was a very good sign on the road to show us how to develop the processes. I would also like to come out with a recommendation both to the Council of Europe, and it's also a personal observation of mine, a personal observation on how to improve the deliberative democratization. My opinions go in two directions. First of all, you will see that there is a third recommendation, or an area that we have discussed at the City Council, is to establish a constant Council of Citizens. And in the City Council of Mostar, we said that the conditions did not exist and that we need to develop it later. But my opinion is that the Council of Europe can use its projects and programs They can perhaps issue public calls. We can have a citizens' assembly from several cities, and they could apply for such projects, where we would then discuss topics that they elect. Then city council or the city of Mostar or other towns that participate in the process should, in their budgets, plan one annual citizens' assembly, for example, which is of interest to Mostar. And then we can say, this is the topic that we would like to hear. We could perhaps issue tasks to the citizens. We would, and then use the methods that Council of Europe has used before. So one direction is for the city of Mostar, for the city and council. They can precisely identify the topic that is of interest, for example, issues pertaining to the youth. And then we ask and see what the public opinion is. But then the other is the Citizens' Assembly could apply to various projects through Council of Europe, because Council of Europe is not going to continue with these projects forever. The Council of Europe will help us at the beginning, and then the matter or the work should be in our hands. I have seen things at various levels. I think that this needs to be somehow regulated by the law. It is something that the law should actually stipulate, that we need to have such forums, such discussions through, let's say, councils, or the Ministry of Justice perhaps could find a solution for this. I think that this should be in the principles, also incorporating the principles of local self-government. So now I would go back to this question. When I try to remember, when I see this hall, when I remember the first Citizens' Assembly with Mrs. Urumova a year ago and a couple of months ago, the mayor said I wasn't an optimist. I also wasn't an optimist. I didn't expect the Citizens' Assembly to come out with such important results. And such good recommendations that were then given to the City Council, which were then again transferred into an action plan. The method of selection of a Citizens' Assembly is something that was done by the Council of Europe, but when the City Council got involved, when the City of Mostar got involved in the process, I can't say we were involved, but not directly. We were involved rather indirectly through directors of various public enterprises. But again, the citizens had the opportunity to choose the topics that were of interest to them. And for Mostar, the most important topic, and the citizens have recognized this as such, that is how Mostar can improve the cleanliness of the city. I know that every weekend they spent their time trying to deliberate on these topics, spent time debating, and then they reached conclusions which were then recommended to the City Council, and then the City Council adopted 32 recommendations which were grouped in 5 topics. And they mainly concerned the urban planning, parks, then raising awareness of the citizens, reorganization of the utility companies, management of waste, and institutionalization of the Citizens' Assembly as a legal framework. So, the things that are very important for me as the president of the City Council, when we adopted all these recommendations of the citizens through an action plan. So adopting an action plan meant that we tasked the city authorities to monitor the implementation and implement the recommendations. Then it became our obligation also to have regular reports on these issues. So at the 24th session of the City Council, we received a report on the implementation of the recommendations as per the action plan. And I can say that the improvements are visible, and the coordination and the relationship between the recommendations and the implementation is for utilities is well obvious. And the recommendations that were emphasized then have been institutionalized, and they were set as a priority by the authorities. So, first example, place dustbins in all locations in accordance with standards. All dustbins should be regularly emptied. So, we increased the number of garbage cans, and we are amid the process of procurement of additional garbage cans, and it's also, I think, quite obvious in Mostaru. There was another recommendation from the citizens. A recreation, a sports recreation area that is in the area of Bunica, in the outskirts. We also share the opinion of the citizens that this needs to be fixed. So we now have a parking, we have Dixies, we have decorated the park in the recreation center of Bunica. Other recommendations have also been considered. Unfortunately, we weren't able to resolve some of them. One of them was to put more emphasis on the community, the local communities. That is something that is not part of our statute, so we are considering to work on it, but at the moment maybe we can get the members of the local self-governance communities to be employed, and then they can also give their contribution to these processes, particularly in utilities. The Citizens' Assembly participants remember this very well, but I think that most of the recommendations have been considered and implemented, or at least incorporated to the action plan. There's also an issue about the distribution of the garbage bins and their washing. We have drafted a proposal on the location of the positioning of the garbage cans. We have noticed that the garbage cans are being washed regularly. We have also noticed that certain streets are being washed more frequently, particularly the area which is under UNESCO protection. We also had recommendations for some crucial or capital projects in Mostaru. For example, the development of an aqua park, the construction of a gym, and the construction of the gym has begun, and the city council has rendered a decision that we will also ask for a credit or a loan from the World Bank to implement the construction of the gym. We also are expecting to construct an Olympic swimming pool. We have already been given some 7 to 8 million marks for the construction of such Olympic pool. That is insufficient amount for the pool, but then we do hope that the international community will also help us in the development of these two projects, that is the construction of the gym and the construction of the Olympic swimming pool. An aqua park is also a recommendation to be built in the entry to Mostar from Vrapčići. We also have meetings with officials for the investors for that. There are interested investors for the development of the aqua park. We do not know what will happen at the end, but we are working on achieving some progress for these projects. One of the problems that actually two problems that unfortunately have not been resolved, that is the waste disposal location in Uborak. And despite the best intentions of the city council and the city of Mostar, our goal is to use that waste disposal area in the future, but in accordance with appropriate standards for the next 5 years. However, there is an NGO which simply does not show understanding. They have sued the authorities for that. We are trying to balance a solution there, but I'm afraid that we will have, unless that is resolved, we will have a problem for waste disposal. So I do hope that we will find a solution for that in the future. There is another issue that we haven't resolved, that is the integration of the utility companies. Some huge improvements have been made in that regard. The companies that will be integrated will try to preserve the previous workers, so we will employees, and we will probably very soon have a single utility company in the city of Mostar. As we have heard from you and from our professor, Mr. Fuad Čatović, who has noticed the following, and he's an expert in the field. We appreciate his opinion. I have probably exceeded my time. If there are any questions, I will be happy to respond. Thank you, Mr. Marić. Just before we continue our discussions with the deputy mayor of Gdańsk in Poland and a professor from Ireland, I propose that we watch a video which represents the Citizens' Assembly of Mostar. I would ask the technicians to proceed with the video.
Procesa organiziranog u Bosni i Hercegovini i jugoistočnoj Evropi. Skupština je okupila na jednom mjestu 47 nasumično odabranih građanki i građana Mostara koji predstavljaju demografsku kompoziciju grada. Učesnici su se sastali tokom 4 uzastopna vikenda kako bi učili, raspravljali i kreirali preporuke ka lokalnim vlastima Mostara, a po pitanju poboljšanja čistoće javnih prostora i kako bi Mostar postao prijatniji za sve građane. Tema Skupštine je odabrana nakon konsultacija s građanima, radionice sa organizacijama civilnog društva, akademskom zajednicom i predstavnicima gradskog vijeća i administracije koji su zajednički prepoznali ovu tematiku kao najvažniju za grad Mostar. Pravila i procedure Skupštine zasnovane na specifično izrađenoj metodologiji za grad Mostar su definirane u pravilniku koji je kreirao dizajn tim. Logistički aspekti Skupštine su organizirani od strane koordinacionog tima, dok je cjelokupan proces poštivanja pravilnika i rada Skupštine nadgledan od strane nadzornog tima. Ova 3 tima činila su upravljačku strukturu Skupštine. Članovi Skupštine imali su priliku da uče po pitanju teme od 15 međunarodnih i lokalnih eksperata i partnera koji su podijelili iskustvo i znanje uživo i online, dijeleći različite perspektive i prijedloge po pitanju teme. Također su saslušali o primjerima dobrih praksi drugih gradova u zemlji i regionu i dobili informacije od predstavnika gradske administracije. Nakon faze učenja, učesnici Skupštine su raspravljali u grupama uz stručnu podršku moderatora, te su izradili preporuke u sklopu 5 tematskih cjelina. Predstavnici svih političkih stranaka u Gradskom vijeću su imali priliku da daju svoje mišljenje po pitanju radne verzije preporuka. Gradonačelnik Mostara se također obratio Skupštini građana. U finalnoj fazi Skupštine građanke i građani su glasali i usvojili 32 preporuke koje su upućene ka gradskim vlastima. Kao odgovor na preporuke, Gradsko vijeće grada Mostara je na svojoj sjednici u 11. mjesecu usvojilo akcioni plan za sprovođenje preporuka. Skupština građana je istakla grad Mostar kao predvodnika deliberativne demokratije i kao pozitivan primjer koji je vrijedan pažnje. Dodatne informacije o procesu su dostupne na web stranici www.mostargradimo.ba. Proces je organiziran u sklopu projekta Razvoj demokratskog učešća u gradu Mostaru koji implementira Kongres lokalnih i regionalnih vlasti Vijeća Evrope i koji je rezultat rada Kongresove grupe za refleksiju o Mostaru kao dio akcijonog plana Vijeća Evrope za Bosnu i Hercegovinu za period od 2018. do 2021. godine.
Sada,
If Senada could, I hope the Deputy Mayor of Gdańsk can hear us, and I would like to thank her for joining us at this conference. I hope that we will now hear some experience from about the implementation of the Citizens' Assembly in Gdańsk, about the process there, and what is very important, how to make the whole process legitimate and legal.
Javier from Poland. I don't know if you can see me or hear me. Is it working? Okay. Very nice to be with you. It's a shame I can't be in person. But it was very informative and interesting to listen to the previous session and this session because it totally sits with what we are doing here in Gdańsk. I think I would maybe explain a little bit about our processes because we try to, in general, create an ecosystem for citizens' participation. And we, of course, also used what we call a civic panel, which is in method very similar or maybe one-on-one, almost the same as Citizens' Assembly as explained in the film that we saw and by the mayor before. In Gdańsk, we have been using this method of civic panel since 2017, and we used it for several subjects. One of them, and the first one, was preparing the question about how to prepare Gdańsk for torrential rain and flooding. The second one was how to improve the quality of air in Gdańsk. And the third one was a social subject, model of what regarded the civil engagement and equal treatment. And each of them brought us to certain solutions. The first two civic panels, of course, regarded the climate situation and were followed by the action plans, so very similar to what Mostar did. But the third one regarding the citizens' engagement and equality was followed by creation of the model of equal treatment, which was later approved by the Council as a local policy, and is now, as all others, being implemented, but on the level of the policy, not the action plan. So it's not like, it does have an ending date, but it's constructed more as a model than an action plan one-on-one. So it regards values, it regards cooperation with partners, and a very broad number of recommendations and actions which are supposed to be achieved. When you asked about how the citizens were invited or chosen to take part in the participatory panel, it was a representative group. First, it was chosen with the use of the lists of citizens who had a right to vote in different districts. There was gender, age, and educational level aspect taken into account from the citizens who replied to the invite. 58 were how do you say it? Were chosen as a blind, what do you call it? Blind. One moment. One moment. Sorry. Draw. So we had a representative group. The group was engaged for 5 meetings. They met experts, very similar to what was explained in the film that you just saw, and the recommendations were prepared. The interest, the motivation of the citizens, really was varied and different in all different aspects. The most heated discussions were about equality, and also this brought the longest number of recommendations, and some of them are very difficult to implement or get accounted for because they are very broad and regard processes, not actual actions. I think our reflection and what we've learned from it, that it's really important how you ask the question. So being precise in what you ask for is important and helpful on the at the end when you have to implement the actual list of recommendations. In the same time, the political climate matters, and at the time when we were discussing the model of equal treatment, the discussion around equality, discrimination, human rights was in Poland very heated, and the groups who were very much in favor and very much against such documents were very active, and it took a lot of, it was a very strong political agenda at the end. So it wasn't so, that's why it didn't end up as an action plan, but it ended up as a policy that the mayor and the city council really subscribed to. And this is why for us now in Gdansk, it is very convenient to work on issues of equality and human rights, because we do have this very, very strong legitimization and political legitimization as well. We also have another policy that was implemented in the participatory matter. I mean, we have many, but another that I wanted to tell you about, which was prepared, which is a model of integration of migrants. And this was prepared not as an element of civic panel, but it was prepared as a citizens and the local government response to the refugee crisis after or during the war in Syria. And Poland, unfortunately, the government of Poland unfortunately did not take part in the relocation program, which is still a source of shame for us, because we didn't share the responsibility at the time, which many nations did, also you, I guess. But our citizens felt obliged to respond, and they created bottom-up process, which we got engaged in producing a document which regarded integration of migrants. And it took a year and a half and was much longer and much broader, because it took participation of almost 200 people from different agencies, local government, NGOs, citizens, volunteers, who took part. It's much broader document. It's not so easy to implement either, but we since then have learned how to produce documents like this, because it was 2016 when we prepared it. But also the city council took it on board, voted for it, and we have the policy which Poland does not have, basically. So we again feel very much ahead in the way of thinking about integration of migrants. And now, when we're dealing with the crisis of aftermath of the crisis, war in Ukraine, this was very helpful to have a document like this. It was much easier to take action. So I probably won't go further into details. If you have any questions, I'm very open to answer, but I will give space to other participants at the moment. Thank you.
Zahvale zamjenici gradonačelnika Gdańska, Moniki Habior, na ovom.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor of Gdańsk, for your presentation and for your availability for questions. I hope Professor Farrell can hear us. At the theoretical level, you actually developed and improved the concept of deliberative democracy, and you produced numerous books and publications. Could you explain, Professor, the importance of these deliberative mini processes implemented by groups in Ireland, the United Kingdom and Belgium? What was your role in these processes?
I'm sharing my screen, so hopefully that is being shared all right, that you can see it. Just to answer the moderator, so I have had some experience of being involved in deliberative mini publics or citizens' assemblies in my own country, in Ireland, also in the United Kingdom, the Climate Assembly of the United Kingdom, and a citizens' assembly in Scotland. And also I was part of a group that was involved in the design of the Ost-Belgian model in Belgium that I think you were going to hear more about later. So I have had some involvement in different processes, but I said to the organizers that I would take my few minutes that I have with you to talk a little bit about the Irish experience, the positives, but also the concerns. And I will try and keep my remarks brief. Like my other colleague, I do wish I could be there with you in person. I'm very grateful for this invitation, and hopefully my remarks are of some use. But the focus of my remarks are on the question, what happens after a citizens' assembly? It was really quite instructive to hear the Deputy Mayor of Gdansk right now, and before that, the President of the City Council of Mostar, say things that really I wish I could hear from my politicians in Ireland, because I don't think we're doing very well, as I will set out in a moment. I don't think we're doing very well in that regard. So here is the overall picture. Ireland, I think for a while certainly was seen as a trailblazer, as the country that has had quite a lot of high-profile success in the use of citizens' assemblies. And so we've had quite a few of them. We had 3 between 2012 and 2021. The first one was called something else, but it effectively was a citizens' assembly. And right now we have 2 other citizens' assemblies that are ongoing at the same time. One on whether Dublin should have an elected mayor, and another one on the question of biodiversity. So it's a practice that has really now become quite embedded in the Irish political system. Different governments are quite happy to call these citizens' assemblies. And as you can see on the slide, other citizens' assemblies are promised. Next year we are promised a citizens' assembly on drugs, on the future of education, and possibly rural youth. And there's even a question about whether we might have a citizens' assembly to discuss the future of the island of Ireland. That could well be a citizens' assembly in the next few years. So citizens' assemblies are what we do in Ireland. That's, I guess, my first point. And overall, they're pretty well run. The video that you showed earlier on is a very familiar video to all of us who work in this field. And so the story is much the same in Ireland, how the Citizens' Assembly is, how the members are appointed, how the process is run. On the whole, they're run pretty well. I think that's what we can say about it. You can see from the picture some very happy members of one of the Irish processes. So they were enjoying it as much as being involved in very important processes at the same time. But the focus of my few minutes of remarks is on what happens next. What happens to the outcomes? So here's the positive story. A lot of celebration in the centre of Dublin when we have a referendum in my country. People turn up in this square in Dublin Castle to celebrate or complain about the outcome of the referendum. And this was the referendum on abortion in 2018. So we have had some really high profile outcomes. We were the first country in the world to vote for marriage equality in a referendum in 2015, when almost 2/3 of Irish voters brought in gay marriage. So we legalized gay marriage in 2015 by a vote of the citizens. In 2018, we legalized abortion. Before 2018, if you wanted an abortion in Ireland, you had to travel to the United Kingdom or to the Netherlands. You couldn't have an abortion in Ireland. Now, since 2018, abortion has been legalized. And as you can see, we've had other referendums that have been outcomes of these citizens' assemblies. Major parliamentary reforms, the Parliament has declared a climate emergency. So these are positives. This looks very good, and this is why, when I started my remarks, I talked about how Ireland was seen as a trailblazer, because particularly with the marriage equality and the abortion referendums, we showed the rest of the world that you could trust citizens to help the politicians to take decisions that are difficult for politicians to take. Marriage equality and abortion were very difficult subjects for politicians in my country, as you might imagine, given the kind of country that I live in. So that's the positive, that's the good news. And for many years, many of us would have promoted the Irish case for that reason, because of the fact that you see how citizens' assemblies can really work, and therefore this is something to try in your own country. But the problem is there's also not so good news. So for every recommendation that has been accepted, there have been many more recommendations that have been either completely ignored by the government, rejected outright by the government, or put on the long finger, if that makes sense, kicked into the long grass. So this is a summary of the state of play today, and the orange X is something that has been put into the long grass. So something may happen, but we're all waiting to see if anything is going to happen. And something that has a red X means that the recommendation has been completely ignored. I mean, ignored, no response whatsoever by government, or simply rejected by government. And if you just think about what the Deputy Mayor of Gdansk was saying, or earlier on, the President of the Council of Mostaru was saying, the care and attention that's been given by these senior politicians, or senior administrators, into making sure that that hard work, that considerable amount of time and energy that has been put into being involved in a citizens' assembly by these citizens is followed through on, and then reflect on what I'm showing you in this summary figure. So you have, for example, a citizens' assembly proposed in 2012 to reduce the voting age. This is a decade later, so we're 10 years later, and the government has said that they will have a referendum on whether to reduce the voting age, but they haven't told us when they're going to do that 10 years later. Or if you look towards the bottom of this figure, here are a series of, this Citizens' Assembly of 2016 to 2018 was asked to consider 5 topics. These are 3 of the 5 topics, and those topics have been completely ignored. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of euro that was spent, a lot of time and energy being put into this by the members of the Citizens' Assembly, and they're being ignored. So I'm being very negative here because this is a message that I want to get across, that there's a lot of positives about the Irish process, but there are negatives, there are concerns about the Irish process. There are certain traps that I think others who are following in the Irish process need to take account of. And so this is my final slide. What are the problems? Well, the big problem is that the agenda is completely controlled by government. So the government sets the agenda, nobody else can set the agenda. I know later on you're going to be hearing some examples of best practice from other countries that try to address that particular issue about who controls the agenda. And of course, if the agenda is controlled by government, then when you come to the other side of what happens after the Citizens' Assembly, it's the outcomes are completely determined by government. Government decides what they're going to do. And unfortunately, as I'm showing you, in many cases, they just decide to ignore or reject what's going on. And then the process itself is effectively run by government because the Irish Citizens' Assemblies are run by senior civil servants. They don't engage professional agencies, professionals who are involved in running citizens' assemblies in other countries. They run it themselves as civil servants can do, and they do it very well, but arguably they could do it a lot better. So if I was able to advise an Irish politician, but if they were going to listen to me, I would be saying, what do we need to do right now in Ireland is to follow international best practice. Ireland was a trailblazer 10 years ago in showing how this could be done, and now we're falling behind the curve. There are a lot of better examples that we should all be following, and I'm glad to see that you're going to be hearing about some of them in the rest of your deliberations. We should follow the Ostbelgian model, the model in the German Community Parliament of Belgium, where the agenda is set by citizens. And indeed, the president of the City Council of Mostaru was making suggestions along those lines earlier on, just a few months ago. We could follow the example of the Brussels Parliament that you're hearing about, I believe, after lunch, where you mix a citizens' assembly into a parliamentary committee. And now you have the citizens and the parliamentarians debating together. That is some really good practice. And what we should do also in Ireland is use specialist agencies like pretty much everywhere else is using. Use the experts, use the professionals, and learn best practice from them. So I'll end by just simply saying there's a lot of good that's come out of Ireland in showing the potential of citizens' assemblies, but don't be following Irish practice right now. There's better practice in other countries. Thank you for your time.
Hvala mnogo. Izvolite, imamo
questions? Comments? There's a comment in the first row.
That was a very important discussion led by the professor from Dublin, and thank him very much for that. Undoubtedly, Ireland may very well have been a trailblazer in this, but he has also highlighted some of the issues. And perhaps one of the issues that has been successful here in Mostaru has been the fact that this was delivered by an external professional organisation, and that was one of the positives in respect of that. I have just a broad question to the speakers so far, and perhaps for people to think about this morning. How do you manage expectations, and how do you manage disappointment if the outcome is not resolved? Thank you.
Možete dati mikrofon gospodinu Mariću.
You may give the microphone to Mr. Marić. Well, when it comes to expectations, I think that is something that the Citizens' Assembly can respond better. The ones that have actually developed the recommendations. Things that every assembly or every city council should consider is to try to implement the expectations, to materialize the expectations. So there must be a connection between the city council or the city of Mostar and the Citizens' Assembly. There must be a continuous communication. We must monitor from the very beginning. We already had an analysis of the implementation of the plan so far, the action plan that has been adopted by the City Council, and we do hope that we have 2 more sessions where we will actually discuss the report. At the quarterly session, we're going to have a report about the action plan, and then once we actually implement at least 90% of those recommendations, we can say that we had a successful assembly. As Mr. Marić said, it's a very difficult, important topic. Well, actually, we should spend some more time on this. We have 2 more comments here. I request, let me introduce myself. I'm Edin Rahimic. I'm a participant of the Citizens' Assembly in Mostar. I would like to follow up to the discussion or the presentation of the gentleman from Ireland and the discussions of other participants here who have discussed the successes and the failures of the Citizens' Assembly. The opinion is that if the Citizens' Assembly is constantly or pressuring the government on a daily basis, the results will be there, results will be visible. If there is no pressure on the authorities will not react, and the results will be very bad. So as regards Mostar, I think that we could have done much more, but I can't say that we haven't done anything. Yes, we can always do better. The Citizens' Assembly should have mounted more pressure on the City Council and the City of Mostar, but there was a reason for that. The representatives of the Citizens' Assembly should be or should become members of the authorities. They should be there in the institution. So whatever is done on a voluntary basis is something that usually dissipates, loses intensity, and in time simply evaporates. So my proposal is that we should somehow find a way to incorporate the representatives of the Citizens' Assembly into the authorities, into the institutions, so that then they can create their own reports. What is done, what is not being done, then that should be sent to the our offices in Sarajevo, and then through Sarajevo to the Council of Europe. So I think that the success of this citizens' initiative would be much more effective that way if we had the citizens incorporated into the authorities who have representatives in the institutions. I would ask the deputy mayor of Gdansk. She wanted to intervene.
It was just said now by the citizen, by the member of Citizens Assembly in Mostar, because this is a very important issue and it's important in the long run. And our experience here in Gdansk, which I can share and is very helpful, is to create a citizens council to monitor the implementation of the policy. And this is how we're doing it here. So in model of equal treatment, which I'm responsible for coordinating, we have a council for equality, more or less. This is what it's called. And I'm a member of this council, but other people, all of them, there is a group of 16, are from the citizens, from different organizations, which specialize in issues like gender equality, ethnicity, nationality, religion, LGBTQI+, age equality, and I meet with them every month, and we discuss the model, the implementation, but also current issues. And it's a very helpful tool to support citizens' engagement. In the same time, I must say that the motivation is the same as in every other long-term citizens' engagement. So there are moments when the motivation of the council is very high and people want to get engaged. And there are moments when this motivation is much lower and the general responsibility is, of course, in the city agendas to implement. But this monitoring tool is very, very helpful. And with the model of integration of migrants, we have a migrants council, which is not an experts council, but it's a council of different representatives of different migrant groups, migrant activists who live in Gdansk, who also meet once a month, not always with me, but sometimes with the person who is responsible for coordinating of their work. And we also, in the same way, discuss the model, the implementation, and the current issues. And it was very helpful when we were preparing to organizing support during the refugee influx after the outburst of war in Ukraine, because they were able to tell me what is the legal framework in Poland, which is going to have influence on refugees' behaviors. And their recommendation for us as a team, as a program, helped us to manage the situation, but also helped us to channel further their recommendation to the government level. And we have a big conflict between local and government, national government here in Poland. So these ways of engaging citizens in the long term, and also as a check and balance mechanism, make a lot of sense, and it's important, I think, and helpful to write them into the recommendation and action plans. Thank you very much.
Hvala, Monika. Molim profesora Davida.
Just to follow up on Professor David's comment.
With great pleasure to what each of the previous three speakers have said, because that's exactly the sort of thing that we need here in Ireland. The problem in Ireland is when the Citizens' Assembly has finished its work, it ceases to exist. There's no structure, the members are all sent home, the civil servants go back to their normal duties as civil servants, and so there's no structure to engage with the politicians and with the administration after the recommendations have been made. And that is why the recommendations are not followed through. So as I was saying, there's very good best practice, and I'm hearing of really good practice here from Gdansk and also from the Mostar case that shows that we in Ireland have a lot to learn from you guys.
Reactions in the second row, and then you. Yes, you may.
Dobar dan, evo želio bih pozdraviti sve prisutne kao i naše učesnike u panel diskusiji koji nam se obraćaju putem.
Joining us online. I would like to ask a question. I am Haris Nazraic. I am a member of the City Council of Mostar. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. A question for Professor David Farrell. Since you normally deal with theoretical approach to the development of innovation in democracy, particularly deliberative processes, we have heard some aspects in your lecture previously, but you mentioned that some of the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly are not being adopted, they are ignored, they are rejected by the authorities. In your opinion, what would be the mechanism that would allow the Citizens' Assembly not to depend on the goodwill of the authorities and to ensure that the recommendations are adopted and implemented? Is that maybe that could be the following example. From the very beginning, the Citizens' Assembly should have good relations with the official authorities so that they can introduce them to the process, and then the authorities could have more confidence in this process of Citizens' Assembly. So that would be a question. Would you recommend something like that? Of these questions, I do hope that the President is taking note of these questions. Another question. Thank you. I am from the Federal Ministry of Education and Science, and the previous topic has urged me to think. So nothing without education. We must educate our citizens so that they can participate in such assemblies. My opinion is that we must work as much as possible on the education of the citizens. The citizens must know what their rights are. They must know that they are paying the taxes, that we do not know where the taxes are going. We have to know which projects are being implemented with that tax money. So, this is a question. I don't know whether this is usual. If the city council in Mostar discusses some projects, then the citizens must be involved. And there must be a consensus where you would have 1, 2, 3 people there who will act as mediators and try to participate in the decision-making process. Some questions which are very important for the citizens' life, everyday life, for example, working hours, for example, parks, which are very important in Mostar, cleanliness, tourism, etc. The gentleman in the row before last. I would like to, Chatovic Fuad, I would like to ask a question about for the representative from Gdańsk. They also are resolving issues such as air pollution. We are quite aware of the energy crisis. Mostar has started several projects. We have a wind park in here. There are several PhDs have been done on that topic. So the Citizens' Assembly would like to come out with an initiative. At the university, we have several institutes that analyze solar energy and wind energy. So I think that I would recommend that we adopt a law. Mostar has a lot of roofs. And they say now you cannot use electrical energy. Overnight, Mostar could resolve the issue of solar energy. to later use it for heating and for industry. I think that then we would become the first example of a city which has such energy. The wind park is replacing 150,000 tons of coal. The wind park here produces something like the hydroelectric power plant in Grabovica. So those are enormous quantities. If we considered the natural resources before, maybe we would have done a better job with the river Neretva. So, since I was a student and practicing, working part-time in Poland, I would like to ask the question on how are you trying to resolve the air quality issues. Europe has a lot of funds. We have a program for environmental protection, but unfortunately we haven't done much. So my question is, what you are doing in order to protect the air quality?
Thank you, gentlemen. And we have another question for the professor. And then another one on the left side. I will kindly ask you to be as short as possible with your questions. We should allow our participants online to respond to your questions. Thank you very much. I have a question regarding communication of the recommendations of the citizens. I am Professor Kapicic. I'm among those who established this Citizens' Assembly. Once we come up with the recommendations, we are aware that they don't need to be communicated only to the councillors, but also to the general public. Now, my question is, and I ask this question to all the panelists, who is responsible to communicate the recommendations to all the citizens, and how they should be communicated to the citizens so as to prevent that they remain the knowledge of those who created them, because these are recommendations for the citizens of Mostar and not only participants in the process. Thank you. I'm Boško Čavar. I'm councillor in the City Council of Mostar. I would like to know what are the experiences of other cities in terms of human rights and rule of law. How we can coordinate the needs of citizens and needs of developers, which are not the same. What is the process to do this, and how to help citizens to live a decent life, mildly, to put it mildly. Representative of youth. Thank you very much. Now, a question which does not have anything to do with the youth. I will be brief. When we first presented this project or initiative, one of the concerns raised at the beginning was whether citizens would respond and how we will address this. And I'm very happy that we addressed this concern, and we have been hearing for half a day now about the experience of citizens. And now my question is addressed to Mr. Maric and the members of the council. I would like to know, what do you see as the major obstacle for you after the document had been presented to you? And on the other hand, if we want to continue and have this assembly as a positive example, what do you see as main obstacles? Very often as citizens, we hear the answer of politicians, there was no political will to adopt a certain project. Is there a way to overcome such situation? Very briefly, please. I had two questions. The first question was from Professor Kapidzic, how to communicate the recommendations to citizens. In the city of Mostar, that's very simple. We broadcast every session of the city council, and all the decisions of the city council are transparent. Every citizen who has an interest in the implementation of any decision can monitor the implementation directly, or they have a possibility to address any councillor and inquire about the phase of the implementation. That's the way how they're informed, not directly through the assembly. Now, when we had the report on the implementation of the action plan, we had representatives of the Citizens' Assembly. They received from the Council of Europe a notification that this will be discussed at the session of the City Council, and they could all watch us on the channel which broadcast our sessions. And the second question, I may have partly answered this question. What is the recommendation for the implementation of recommendations, and what are the obstacles we see? We need to have funds for the implementation of all these recommendations. There were many recommendations from the Citizens' Council, and we have made allocations in our budget to this effect. We also have received assistance from different embassies and countries, and we have covered a lot of that. But in order to include these the implementation of these recommendations in the budget, they must be officially adopted. All the citizens and non-governmental organizations can participate in the adoption of and discussion on the budget of the city of Mostar, and we need the contribution from everyone in order to adopt a budget which will cover all these costs. These are the obstacles I see in the implementation. Thank you very much. I would kindly ask Ms. Habior and then Mr. Farrell to briefly respond to the comments and questions that they heard.
It was about the quality of air policy. Of course, this is a very important policy for everyone. The deduction of CO2 is crucial. For us in Gdansk, we're at the seaside, so the quality of air is slightly better probably than in other places. But still, the main issues are the use of coal and by the citizens at homes as a way of heating, so coal, wood, and all that. Another one is transportation. So what we do, of course, in the legal framework, we do have a local law preventing or working on and setting goals regarding the deducting the CO2 emission. We have the support funding, and this is a combination of EU and national and local fund to support citizens in transitioning from burning coal wood as a heater to central heating or natural renewables. We also committed ourselves to informing citizens about the quality of air in different parts of the city on the daily basis. We invest in public transport and we invest in cycling transport. We do not have our own energy supplier. This is not exactly the citizens' energy. This is a combination of ownership here. And we are working on developing renewables with the use of public buildings. But as was said before, the funding is crucial. And for us at the moment in Poland, the biggest problem and the biggest distraction is in obtaining European fund is the conflict between the Polish government and the European Commission on the subject of the rule of law. So we are hoping for the government to comply to the EU recommendations. But as long as this doesn't happen, the plan of obtaining the funds are quite lean, so it's not exactly very positive. In terms of communication about the panels and citizens' assemblies, I believe that all engaged parties are obliged to inform, and of course, the city hall, the city council are obliged to inform, but also, I also encourage, and I think it's incredibly important that all parties involved in the discussion do inform about their stand, because this widens the dialogue and engages different groups. So I think, although sometimes it may be difficult, and as it was said here, the funding, the organization, the legal frameworks are sometimes very hard to, we have to know and remember about these restrictions, but still the dialogue is incredibly valuable. However, I have seen the dialogue that crossed the boundaries of civility here at some times. So, and it was not without the cost of people who are engaged in it. So, you know, we do have educators, just like the lady before said here. Thanks.
Hvala, Monika. Izvolite, profesore.
I'll be very quick. I completely agree with what Monica just said now about the communication and who was responsible for the communication. I completely agree with everything there. So I'll just respond to one last question, which was the very first question about how do we make sure that the recommendations of a citizens' assembly are followed through on. And I think what I would say here in my response is that ultimately, we are dealing with a democracy that is representative democracy. So as citizens, we elect our politicians and we expect our politicians to take decisions. And if we don't like them, we can kick them out of office in the next election. And I think what the Citizens' Assembly contributes here is to helping to guide politicians on the decisions that they take on our behalf. And what I'm getting at here is that I personally, and I would not be alone, I think, in holding this position, the responsibility of the politicians is to engage with the recommendations of a citizens' assembly. That means they should not ignore the recommendations, but it does not mean they have to accept them. There just has to be a serious engagement with them so that they have to have a dialogue with the citizens' assembly members to discuss where they disagree and explain why they might disagree, but hopefully they don't disagree on everything. So for me, the key issue is not to ignore the citizens' assembly.
Now we should only head to the 4th floor where we will have a lunch, and in an hour we will reconvene. So 2:15 p.m. We will reconvene. We will have the next panel discussion, and thank you all for participating in this panel, and we invite you to join us again in the afternoon sessions.
Dobrodošli nazad. Nadam se da vam je bilo prijatno na ručku.
Welcome back. It is a pleasure to announce the beginning of the second round table. And this topic has already been partly announced. It concerns the institutionalization of deliberative processes, the paths and challenges towards cooperation in local decision-making. What does this institutionalization of the process mean, and what challenges can we expect while trying to create a stronger, more legal and more legitimate connection or link between the citizens and the institutions? Magali Plovi, unfortunately, will not be able to address us live because she was prevented by other commitments in the last moment. But instead of her, we will have Jonathan Musquic, who is the advisor for democratic innovations of the President of the European Parliament. And we also have André Douarmois, who is the head of the Office for Citizens' Participation in Paris. It is a city that has just recently institutionalized the deliberative process. Good afternoon, I hope you hear me. Mr. Mosquic, a question for you. How did you manage to achieve such an ambitious agreement among different political groups and actually manage to institutionalize this process? Could you please share your experiences with us and tell us what is it that you consider important for the process of institutionalization?
I'm afraid I didn't get the question on the interpretation. If I could hear it again, that would be nice.
Da, ponovit ću vam pitanje ponovo. Gospodine Moskvik, dakle, kako ste uspjeli?
Mr. Moskvik, how did you manage to achieve such an ambitious agreement between different political groups to institutionalize this process?
Talking about is the new Citizens' Assembly. If that's what you're referring to, then I can talk about that. Well, actually, it's pretty long. It was a pretty long process. Actually, it started way back. I don't know if you remember, we had the Yellow Vest movement in France a couple of years back, and at the end of that, how should I put it? To put an end to it in a good way, in a good fashion, there was what we called the Great Debate. And so there was a huge campaign all around France where people could come with their ideas and suggestions about how the country should be run in the future. And of course, we also did that in Paris. So it's a bit of a long story, but it has its importance. So in Paris, we did that too. And from all the results, all the contributions from the citizens, there was a citizens conference whose task was to answer the question, how do we create a more inclusive and a better democracy on a local scale in Paris, based on what came from the Great Debate, from all the contributions from the citizens. And they came up with several ideas to how we can do that. And one of them was the creation of a citizens' assembly. So a permanent assembly that would represent the Parisians, the citizens of Paris, and who would work more or less directly with the elected officials on a variety of subjects. And that, of course, made the entire political process much easier, because we had that, how should I put it, that legitimacy of coming from a very large, very deep consultation with the Parisians and having a citizens conference coming with the analysis and coming with that recommendation to create the citizens assembly. So that already gave us kind of a popular mandate, if you like, to create the citizens assembly. And then there was, of course, an entire, how should I put it, normal legal process in creating the citizens assembly. We came up with the first draft, and that was submitted to the Council of Paris, and the different political groups came up. Sorry about the mic. I don't know. I can speak a bit higher. So there was a normal legal process. We came up with the first draft of what we. Okay. So we tried. Okay. So a lot of ideas were also brought forth by the other political parties at the city council, and the entire, how should I put it, the entire governance and way of functioning of the assembly was also commented and amended by the other political parties in order to come up with a compromise that we could all agree on, and that's how the citizen assembly came to exist, and how we managed to create a coalition of political parties who agreed with the creation. So it was a bit long, sorry, but it's a long story.
Hvala vam mnogo, gospodine Duramois. Dakle, ovo je André Duramois.
So this was the chief for the Department for Citizens' Participation in the city of Paris. Paris has just recently institutionalized the deliberative process. Now we will move to before we move to the presentation of Mr. Moskvik, I recommend that we watch a video which was sent to us by Mrs. Magali Plovi, who unfortunately wasn't able to address us live, but we will be able to see her presentation or listen to her presentation. Dobar dan svima. Ja sam Magali Plovi, predsjedavajuća.
So, before starting, thank you to the Council of Europe for inviting me to speak to all of you about the Belgian deliberative committees. Let's start together. The deliberative committees are parliamentary committees in the same way as all the other committees, except that these committees are mixed, composed both of citizens chosen by lot and MPs. I like to insist on the word deliberation. Why? It emphasizes the notion of community in considering an issue or making a decision. In 2 years, we have already organized 5 deliberative committees on very different topics: 5G, crisis management, biodiversity in the city, homelessness, and the most recent work study training. As I have just told you, our committees are mixed. 3/4 of the participants are citizens, and 1/4 are the members of the ordinary parliamentary committee responsible for the subject of the deliberative committee. Let me introduce you the 3 phases of the process. I will try to be as clear as possible. The first, information phase, consists in hearings of experts on the subject. The second one is the deliberation phase. In other terms, citizens and MPs gather in small groups to discuss, with the help of facilitators. Last but not least, the recommendations phase, which consists in drafting a series of recommendations based on the deliberation. This last phase obviously ends with a vote. According to the OECD, there are over 600 examples of citizens' deliberative assemblies. So, why are we different? We have 4 specificities. The first one is the institutionalization, a complicated word to explain a very simple process. The second one is the drawing a lots of citizens, which allows a better inclusion. The third one is the mix of the process, citizens and MPs. And finally, this is where the problem often lies in the other assemblies, the follow-up. Let me quickly explain some of the advantages of these specificities. The institutionalization makes the deliberative committees permanent, which allows us to constantly improve the process. Their mixed nature allows us to better take into account the experiences of citizens and thus to better adjust our decisions and enrich our legislation. The one-on draw allows us to delve deep into groups that are traditionally set aside, such as, for example, people who can't read or write. It's necessary to ensure that people are encouraged to come and join the process. Inclusion is, as you see, one of our major focuses. To make the meeting accessible and enable inclusion to as many people as possible, we have put in place several supports. We've ensured that the meetings happen outside the working hours. We also refund all the participants for their time and their work. Childcare is organized. We have professional facilitators present all the time to make sure that the process runs smoothly. And finally, we organize preparatory sessions, tailored information adapted to the needs of different groups. As you have now understood, deliberative committees force us, as politicians and as an institution, to work differently. The returns we get from participants is what keeps us going. Citizens and MPs are transformed by this experience and they are more hopeful and motivated. Citizens have a new understanding of what politics are and what they could look like. Indeed, citizens' participation gives citizens access to a political education that demystifies the institutional machinery. The process restores a sense of political identity to the citizens as a non-passive actor in society. Some skepticism remains, however. On the citizen side, they always wonder if MPs will actually follow up on the recommendations and do something with them, and on MPs' side, some of them deplore the loss of power. The process is becoming more and more convincing. Indeed, as I told you, the process is constantly evolving, and each change to the vademecum gathers more and more members and convinces them. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this couldn't have worked if you hadn't worked with all political groups from the beginning, both the majority and the opposition. Finally, I would like to take a few more seconds to explain the major priority projects. We must ensure that administrations are aware of and trained internally to organize these processes and no longer rely on outsourcing with consultants. We are also working on citizenship leave to relieve citizens. Finally, inclusion is a real challenge. To further improve it, we are constantly pursuing our efforts with the concerned associations. My presentation is now over. I hope I have been as clear as possible for your understanding. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet you one day. I'm convinced that together we will build a world which is more horizontal and where being a citizen doesn't mean being powerless. Bye-bye.
We'd like to thank the President of the Brussels French-speaking Parliament, Mrs. Magali Plovi, who has addressed us in a recording in order to help us understand the institutionalization of deliberative processes. We continue with the advisor for democratic innovation, Mr. Moskvik. Before that, I would ask the advisor, André de Romois, to hold a presentation on this topic. Dobro.
Thank you. Well, first, Right, that's better. So thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the opportunity to talk a bit about what we do in Paris in terms of deliberative processes. Thank you very much to the Council of Europe. So first of all, I'm going to be brief on the more historic side of things, but there actually already are a few deliberative processes that are part of, you could say, law and also of practices in France, and specifically in Paris, because Paris is covered by a special law from 1983, I believe, that created what we call neighborhood councils, and it is obligatory, it's mandatory for a certain number of domains to consult these neighborhood councils, especially in regards to urban planning. So if they're changing the urban planning of a neighborhood, this council must be consulted at least. And also, more largely, there has to be a bit of consultation with local populations if there are changes to the environment in Paris or anywhere else, also in France, and that's been the case in the 1980s. But since then, let's say there hasn't been a lot of progress in terms of institutionalization of deliberative processes. And even in Paris, it's actually quite recent that we have begun working on this topic. The service that I work in and the area that I'm head of in the City Council of Paris has only existed since 2016, so it is pretty recent. And one of our main challenges is indeed to, how should I put it, to make the deliberative processes that we have created as permanent as possible, and also as close to the decision makers and the elected officials as possible, so as to ensure that there's a bit of viability and sustainability to the different processes that we are creating. So for a long time we had a bit of what you could call a topical prism in terms of citizen participation and deliberative processes. So we had either we would create panels for one specific topic. For instance, I guess you all heard about Notre Dame burning a couple of years ago. We had a citizens panel to come up with ideas on how to rebuild the neighborhood around Notre Dame so that it could be in harmony, I'd say, with the building itself. So that was a panel, and it was temporary, and they worked on that one specific topic for about 2 years. But at the same time, that was also a pretty deep process, because they actually got to intervene on the very technical documents and plans and how the neighborhood was made afterwards. They really had a direct word on the topic. But it was temporary, it was on a small scale, it was a panel of about 30 people, and it was topical. It had this one thing that it had to discuss. And we then tried to go a bit further over the next years to create something that would be permanent, that would become a real institution in regards to the other bodies of the city council. So we started off, I think that was in 2015, 16, with the Council for Future Generations. So the idea was to have a representation of people who would think about how Paris would be in the future, so 2030, 2040, 2050, and they were to be representative of the different civil society representatives of Paris. So there are people from unions, there are people from businesses, there are people from the public sector, there are people representing the inhabitants, obviously. And they then come up with recommendations and ideas on specific topics that they work on with a group of professional moderators and facilitators that we mobilize on these missions. So, for example, they've made a report on work, basically, on jobs, how jobs and the working culture is going to change in 2030, 2040. So everything around, the gig economy and the new jobs that are going to arise with pushed, digitalization, and etc. So they've been there since 2016. They are more or less part, can say they have been a bit institutionalized because they are mentioned in the rules of the City Council of Paris. So they, by law, have the right to present the reports once a year in front of the City Council. They're also obviously invited to be to the elected officials' cabinets to come and present their ideas and discuss them. So that was the first step. Now, the assembly I mentioned earlier in my introduction, if I may say, tries to go even further than that. So this is the Citizens' Assembly of Paris, who, first of all, is a, how should I put it, a 100% all-round pure citizen assembly. So that is, the people who are participating were chosen randomly. So we took people on electoral rolls and we picked out 10,000 of them. Then we sent them a letter asking, saying, congratulations, you've been selected to be part of the Citizens' Assembly of Paris. Would you like to be part of it? And we had around 900, I think, who answered positively. And then we had a random selection based on different criteria for it to be representative of Paris, of the Parisian population. So in terms of age, social class, where they were living, and obviously gender. So we had to make it 50-50 men and women. And we ended up with 100 citizens who are now participating in the Citizens' Assembly. So that was not this summer, but last summer. So it's only been over a year. And our ambition with this Citizens' Assembly is to change as much as we can the rules of functioning of the City Council of Paris so that they may legally have the right to intervene. Our idea was to have them ask a question every month to the City Council about, well, something that's in the news, something that is very in the current affairs, if I may say, and also the right to come up with at least one recommendation, one formal recommendation, what we call a vow in French administrative law, which is basically a document that is more of a declaration of intent, more than an actual legal document, but it's still pretty powerful as a political document, and also minimum one actual legal act, what we call a deliberation in French administrative law, that would be proposed by the City Council, by the Citizens' Assembly, to the City Council once a year. This is still in negotiation, obviously. We haven't really decided how this is going to happen yet, but it is on the table, at least. And for the first year, so it's only been a year now, so the first year we really tried to make this Citizens' Assembly as legitimate as possible, as expert, if I may say, as possible, in order to be able to come up with the best recommendations that we could, knowing that we have also the difficulty that we let the citizens decide almost 100% freely what they wanted to work on. So it's a down-top process. We did not, as we have done with other council, ask the elected officials what they wanted to hear recommendations about to begin with. We simply let people discuss and through collective intelligence pick subjects that they wanted to work on. And once we had those subjects, we then went to the elected officials and to the administration as well, and tried to figure out if we could find an overlap between what the citizens wanted to work on and what the city actually needed from the citizens, but they actually had an opportunity to get a citizen feedback on. And that's one of the whole challenges. We talked about challenges with citizen participation before. That is really, to me, the most important and crucial thing, is to make sure that there's an adequation between the needs of both the elected officials and the administration and what the citizens want to work on. Otherwise, you're going to end up with citizens' recommendations who are not being followed, who are not even being really listened to. Or on the other hand, you're going to have citizens that are not understanding why they're not being listened to, really. So opportunity on that level is key. What could I give a recommendation for this to work out? If the goal is to put deliberative processes into the institutions. Many of the things my colleague from Brussels mentioned are very true. The idea that you have to prepare all these deliberative processes from the beginning, that you have to include all the decision makers and elected officials from the very beginning, including the opposition, that is very true. There must be no surprises, no alarms and no surprises, maybe for the citizens nor for the elected officials. It has to be clear from the beginning where we are going, what the power of the deliberative process is, what the deliberative mandate is, as we call it, how far it can go, and who has the final word. All these things have to be decided upon politically beforehand, and have to be prepared also with the citizens. Another thing that's very important is also to have this honesty towards the citizens, to tell them, all right, so your recommendations, your ideas are going to be heard, are going to be listened to, but only to this point. We can only do this and this will not be possible. This is out of our reach, or this is a red line for the elected officials. So there's no meaning in working on that. And you have to be very honest and a bit blunt, actually, with the citizens from the very beginning, so they know what their margin of maneuver is, if I may put it that way. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that you're going to disappoint them, and you're going to have a counterproductive effect on it, and they're not going to be participating as much. They might even totally disengage, and that is obviously then a very vicious circle, because you have people pulling away from the deliberative processes, criticizing the deliberative processes, which makes it less legitimate in the eyes of the decision makers, which makes it less legitimate in the eyes of other decision makers and in the administration. And then in turn, the citizens also begin to think, even citizens who actually believed it in the beginning also begin to think that it's not legitimate, and there you are, the entire thing is in a state of inertia, or it's paralyzed, basically, what I wanted to say. And the other way around also, it works the other way around too. You can also create a virtuous circle, which is, I think we have done so far with the Citizens Assembly. I think it's going relatively well, because we were on it from the beginning, where people then realize, okay, so I only have this much influence, but I am going to use it, and if the elected officials agree on that from the beginning, they will actually listen to the citizens, and they will feel listened, and this will increase the legitimacy of the process, which will then be regarded in a better light by the decision makers, and you have a virtuous circle going on. So I would really say opportunity, preparation, and honesty really are the three main things that you want to keep in mind when you try to create a permanent, sustainable deliberative process in citizen participation. So, I mean, that was my good practices from this relatively short experience with the Citizens Assembly. But I don't know, am I taking questions? Is that what we're doing? Or?
Can we hear now what Mr. Mosquick can share with us? Mr. Mosquick, I hope you are with us, and to follow up on the previous presentations, could you also share with us how you succeeded to reach this ambitious agreement among different political groups to institutionalize this deliberative process?
I hope it's going better. So first of all, I must excuse President Plovi. You've seen her in the video, but she had a last-minute impediment, and so she is not able to attend this meeting, which was very important for her. But so I'm here to answer to the different questions. Thanks also to the intervention of André. It was quite interesting, and I see there are many links between the Parisian Assembly and the Brussels ones, especially the vicious circle he just mentioned. It's quite interesting to see that approach. So your question was about the factors of success. So how did we manage to reach such an ambitious agreement? I would say there are different elements. Maybe we can start with the first one. This mixed, because that's a major difference between Brussels and Paris, it's the mixity. So those are not only randomly selected citizens that are attending the assembly, but also elected members of parliament, as you've seen in the video. And so one of the first steps to achieve such a success was, in fact, in 2017, the Green Party, and it's easier for me to mention it because I'm not a member of the Green Party, but they organized a citizen assembly to determine their political platform for the election. And so they gather citizens in a place, in a town hall kind of place. And one of the major recommendations that came out of that day was, in fact, to launch at different levels in Belgium, because Belgium is a very complex country with too many probably parliaments and governments. And so the first recommendation was to launch in those different assemblies mixed citizens assemblies. So the basis, let's say, the base of the initiative was citizens-oriented in a deliberative format. Then an important moment also is last elections in 2019. So it was always an important demand from the Green Party in Belgium, and so they managed to get good electoral results and to join the different coalitions in the different parliaments. And so one of the, so we have a kind of a government agreement, and in that agreement it was written that the different parliaments would start with mixed citizens assemblies, mixed citizens and MPs. And so we arrived in 2019 when Magali Plovy was appointed as president of the parliament, and we really started to work. What was very important in our approach is that we didn't say like, we will draft the internal rules because we changed our internal rules, and the vademecum, which is more the operationalization of how it works. How do we do random selection? What is the defrayer about? Who is giving the information? How? So all those fundamental questions, when you want to start a citizen assembly, you have to ask yourselves. We didn't draft them ourselves, but we invited many experts. We organized public hearings, and I'm happy to have here members of the expert team that was auditioned here in the parliament. We have Yves, we have Claudia. And so that was a very important basis. And what we also did, it was not only something from the majority, so we are opposition and majority, but we worked with the opposition. So majority and opposition together. We are having 1 week public hearings on a certain particular topic, and the week after we were drafting a note based on that. So it was something that was built upon the different parties of the parliament, and at the same time we had a chance in Belgium, because I was not there earlier, but to have, and I'm sure you mentioned it already, the Belgian model in the German-speaking community of Belgium, and at the same time they launched their initiative also at the heart of the parliament. So we organized a parliamentary visit also, where members of parliament here, they could meet their counterparts in the German-speaking community, and so it's much easier for a person meeting another person from the same political color and dealing with the same kind of topics on a daily basis than as an expert to go and to advocate for deliberative democracy. It was the way I experienced it. And we organized also a lot of conferences inside the parliament. We called it a bit, it's maybe harsh, but it was the term we used. It was a bit the literacy conferences for members of parliament here, because deliberative democracy is not that old. For a lot of MPs, it's something completely new. So it was important for us, for the MPs, to have at least some basic knowledge on what deliberative democracy was, what the major principles were, we were really helped by the OECD and the report, what the biggest successes were. So that was very important for us to start with. And now, if you want another question, I would say one of the success factors is the fact, even if it's something completely new, it was already experienced in Ireland, but more on an ad hoc than on a structural basis. The fact to mix members of parliament with citizens is improving, and then I'm going back to Audrey's vicious circle, maybe in the positive way. It's the fact that members of parliament are experiencing themselves what a deliberative committee is. And so when they start, it's a complete new experience, and it's difficult for them to find their role and their place. But once they're participating, at least to them, and so in their second experience, we really see them evolve, and it's going for a more, there are two attitudes, more either a more reserved or a very, from too active role, that they find their place. And we see, for example, some recommendations that are co-supported citizens, MPs. We see that there is trust, and we see especially that when it comes to the follow-up, and I'll finish the answer because I've been way too long. When it comes to follow-up, it's very important because there is this symbolic and political pressure on the MPs, and they have to 9 months later to explain what they did with the different recommendations, and they are really investing a lot of time in the follow-up and to be able to explain to the citizens 9 months later what they properly did with the different recommendations. So I've been too long, but I hope you understand the different aspects of our process.
Hvala vam, gospodine Mosvik. Idemo nazad.
Let's return to Paris, Mr. Demois. The same question for you. How have you managed to do this? How have you managed to overcome challenges you have faced?
Okay, so the different challenges that we face is, what are these challenges to begin with? Maybe that's the first question you should ask. As I said, one of the biggest difficulties you can have is to create an adequation between what the citizens would like to work on, what they would like to come with recommendations on, and these recommendations and ideas to be part of something useful, that it actually has opportunity, as we say, for the decision makers and for the administration as well. Given an example, in Paris we do a lot of different consultations on specific topics, as I mentioned, and the Citizens' Assembly is supposed to work on any topic really that they want to work on. But sometimes they're going to come up with ideas that we are already doing in another specific consultation that is specifically on that topic, for instance, urban planning, or we are working on a whole new, well, we call it a bioclimate city planning project. So we basically told the Citizens' Assembly, if you want to work on urban planning, well, we already have a whole consultation going on for a year, and you can participate in that. But we are going to listen to that. So please pick another subject. Stuff like that. That's a perfect example. If they had insisted and working on that, it would not have been taken into account as much because there already was a dedicated process on that specific topic. So that is the main difficulty, is that we have citizens who can be very invested and are already full of ideas of what they want to do and what they want to recommend, but it doesn't fit with the calendar, or it doesn't fit with our legal competence. I mean, we're a city council. We are not the state. We're not a region. There are things that we just legally can't do. And it's our job to try to turn those ideas around and make them fit with something that can actually be done and with something that is actually useful for the policymakers and for the citizens. And it goes both ways, obviously. You do also have to convince sometimes decision makers and policymakers that there actually is an added value to have a citizen's opinion and recommendations on a topic. And that is a very, very, I mean, this entire process of finding out where there's overlap is a very long process. It can take a lot of time. It can be a bit frustrating at times. But it is, to me, the very guarantee that it is going to work and that the recommendations are going to be followed up on and that the citizens feel they've done something useful. But it takes a long time to go around asking the elected officials to define exactly what the citizens want to do also, because sometimes they have ideas like that, but when you dig a bit into it and try to figure out what they actually mean, it's not that clear. And talking with the administration as well, who are the ones who are going to actually implement these ideas if they are accepted afterwards. And all this has to come together in a higher unit. So that's a big challenge, and I think the main challenge. And the only real solution is communication, putting these people together, have them realize that they actually agree on a lot of things, and doing a lot of go-between and communication. Really. So, yeah. If I had to come with one answer, what the biggest challenge is, that would be it.
Zahvale, gospodine Durumois. Pozivam vas sve...
Perhaps you could invite the present participants here to ask questions if they have any. Our interlocutors are very much open to discussion. You are free to ask questions about the deliberative processes. We have an online question. Do you hear us? If you do hear, then feel free to ask a question. Do you hear us? If you hear us, please ask questions. Well, I would...
To sam dušan napisao u četu. Da li u Francuskoj, Belgiji, u organizaciji...
France, Belgium, are there local self-government units? And if they do, how do those local self-government units operate in France and Belgium? Thank you. Mr. Moskvik, would you like to respond to this question? Could you please, možete li molim...
Mjesne zajednice u Francuskoj i koja je njihova?
What do you have local self-government units in France and Belgium, and if they do exist, what is their role in this process? Local self-government units or local self-government communities. Maybe it would be similar, equivalent to neighborhood communities.
This sense are a sort of a formatted getting-togethers of citizens in their own neighborhoods, in which they get together and they discuss different topics of interest for their local areas. And there can be, of course, several at the levels of the city. And the question was, I guess, does this exist as an institutionalized format in Belgium and in France? And how does it fill in with the deliberative processes that exist?
Okay, thank you very much. It's clear now to me. In fact, yes, we have we have comité de quartier. Some are institutionalized in different districts. I haven't worked on them, so it's probably more difficult to answer you precisely. What I know from them, because I heard some stories about it. The biggest problem, I would say, the difference is that usually they don't work with random selection, but they are based on voluntary people coming because they have an interest in participating to those local initiatives. And then what you get is, of course, different problems, and that's why random selection is really key in citizen assemblies. You have people, you call it NIMBY, not in my backyard, so they have an interest and they are representing that interest during the assembly, and so the idea of deliberation is also that there is a potential shift in preferences because you have discussions and information. And the other problem, and that's linked more not to the citizens, but then and not to the random selection, but more to the follow-up of politicians. Very often, those local initiatives are not perceived as legitimate, also because of the random selection, and so there is no follow-up, and it becomes a place where frustration is ruling, because what is very important next to diversity through random selection and deliberation is the fact that it's not only a place where people gather to discuss, but that there is a real shape in public policies. So I would say that they are, but it's important to see which way they can stick to the different standards, and the OECD and Claudia Schwalitz, who is in this meeting, is responsible for this masterpiece. There are some probably it's important to follow the standards, because otherwise there is only a little of impact, and it's leading to frustration, which we would like to avoid.
Thank you, Mr. Moscovi. Now a question for Mr. Duramois. Isto pitanje.
Yeah, we good? Okay. So yeah, in France, all major cities can have what we call neighborhood councils, and in Paris, Lyon, and Marseille, it's actually a legal obligation. So we do have neighborhood councils. Sorry, in Paris, we have one for each neighborhood. That's 124 neighborhood councils, and they are very different in how they work and what they can do. They all have a bit of budget. Some are presided by the local mayor, but you also have districts in Paris called arrondissements. And sometimes the mayor is going to be there and is going to preside and more or less decide how it's working. In other cases, it's totally autonomous and they can pretty much do whatever they want. And the mayor is just there to give them a room and make sure that they gather regularly as they're supposed to, legally speaking. And so it's very diverse what these councils do. I obviously do not know what most of them do because there's so many of them. As many of the things that Mr. Moskowitz said are very true, it is people who come there because they have a special interest most of the time. The actual power that they have depends very much on which district they're in, what kind of mayor they have, if they are allowed to express themselves on that or that topic or not. It's very, very variable. But we do, however, and it's very local. The thing is, they really talk about very, very local things. We're talking about a few blocks here. There's a neighborhood in Paris. There's maybe 6 or 7 blocks. Yeah, it's not that big. So for an overall Parisian subject, we are not going to be counting too much on these neighborhood councils. However, if there is a subject that is very localized or that is about exactly that participatory democracy at a local level, then we might actually ask for their opinion on it. And actually, in the Citizens' Assembly as it is today, we have a group that is working on education and social matters in general. And there was questions notably about, from the citizens, there were questions about what we call the priority neighborhoods, so that is the underprivileged neighborhoods of Paris, and they had their own kind of neighborhood councils, and so we had representatives for those neighborhood councils come in and present a bit of their work and how they were working in those neighborhoods. So on demand, if I may say, we do create bridges with these older neighborhood councils, but it is a bit of it's a bit of a different process, really. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Duramois. Please do stay with us, since we do wish to ask several questions regarding the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly, because today, at today's conference, we actually had the opportunity to hear that it's not possible to implement all recommendations. All recommendations cannot get a positive opinion. So what are the institutional mechanisms or the institutional tools which the institution can use to ensure a positive or negative opinion about certain recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly? So this is, I mean, referring to citizens' recommendations between as part of the deliberative process.
Yeah, first of all, first idea is that not any recommendation has to be implemented, obviously, but there has to be an answer. That is our main goal. Is even a negative answer is still an answer, and that is very important to get that feedback, to get that follow-up. And it can be hard. I mean, I've worked on other more like smaller councils, topical councils, and it was a real job, just to get the feedback. Obviously, it does work out at the end of the time, because officials do know that it's important, but it might take some time. So how you can ensure that? Well, we thought about, as I mentioned before, that members of the Citizens' Assembly might be able to, in the future, ask a question every month to the city council. So you have one member who stands up in the city council, and they have the floor for 2 to 3 minutes. And at that point, they can say, so we came up with this and this idea, what do you think about it? Or they might even ask for this topic to be added to the agenda of the city council on that month, if they really deem that necessary. That is a kind of a strong, hard mechanism. That's a pretty hard way to do it. The other one is obviously to keep the link all the time between the elected officials and the members of the Citizens' Assembly. And I think that in Brussels, what you did is pretty smart, because you put the elected officials and the citizens together almost in the normal functioning, the normal governance of the entire institution. So they actually meet each other all the time. I think that's a brilliant idea. We are more like we in the administration are going to do that job of go-between between the officials and the citizens, and that dialogue, I think, is often more efficient actually than actually creating public mechanisms such as public questions or stuff like that. And another way to do it is also obviously through publicity. Everything has to be transparent, and the recommendation and the reports and everything that the Citizens' Assembly can produce should be made public and should be also publicized, so it becomes part of the political debate, really, the greater political debate. That is also one of our ambitions, so that the ideas can also be discussed by, normal citizens, if I may say, and that they contribute to the political agenda and the political debate. That's more of a long-term objective, obviously, but yeah, that's also one way to do it.
Do you hear, are these methods applicable to your concept, the mechanisms that the institutions are using to ensure that certain recommendations have a positive follow-up?
Our system is a lot also based on what's happening in Paris. What I could add, also problems. So if I disappear, it's not because I want to, because I have to undergo my bad connection. So yeah, what is important, the mixity, as I mentioned, is leading to a big investment of the members of parliament in the follow-up. What is also important to tell you, to mention, is the fact that the government also imposed, so it decided to impose itself the obligation also to follow up the different recommendations, which means that within the 9 months after the report has been adopted, we invite the different participants of citizens and MPs in the parliament again, and then they have to explain a bit the Parisian system, recommendation after recommendation, what they did. So it doesn't mean that they did something with the recommendation, even if we would like them to follow up on all the different recommendations, but at least if they didn't do it, they have to explain why. And that is really important. You cannot, and too often we see that in different citizen assemblies, with MPs or not, that decision makers are cherry picking different recommendations, and because they like them or it's close to their own political platform, and they are not mentioning the rest. It's very important, especially because you ask a big investment to the citizens, you know, coming here for 4 or 5 weekends, having full weekends in the evenings to prepare all those meetings. The minimum that a public authority can do is at least to explain recommendation after recommendation what happened. We have another specificity about Belgium. It's the fact that because we have different governments and parliaments with a lot of different complex competencies, it is important also for us, if there's a recommendation not linked to our power level, to send it to the others. And we had, for example, here recently a deliberative committee on the roles of citizens during a crisis. And we saw, for example, that there were many recommendations linked either on the very local level or on the federal level, so the Minister of Interior. And we've seen that there was a follow-up made by the Minister of Interior, for example. She explained in the letter the way she would deal with the different recommendations and their follow-up. And we had the same on different districts in Brussels. For example, we have one recommendation linked to the role of voluntary people during a crisis. And so the different districts are also doing a follow-up. So that's not mandatory, but it's good in order to reassure the citizens that are participating that the different public authorities are replying to all the investment that has been made.
Pitanja.
I am Janana Dedic. I'm a representative of the local democracy in Mostar. I have been monitoring this process from the very beginning, and I've carefully listened to today's speakers. I tried to detect the position of Mostar in comparison to the experiences of these two cities, and I believe that the city of Mostar has reached a moment where it can actually develop procedures to start the institutionalization. Sorry, this is an important word but very difficult to pronounce, and I want to mention, emphasize that Mostar is at the moment assessing some 12 principles of local self-government, and we are also following the recommendations of the Council of Europe. Those are, we're trying to assess the quality of the services that it is offering its citizens. These principles concern local self-government, and these 12 principles do not include a whole set of regulations, and I think we can use that framework to instigate the development of these procedures, which are important for the institutionalization of this process. The other thing is that the citizens and their education and their knowledge about the topics that they should talk about and which they should get involved in is very important. We have witnessed how important that education is because in Mostar, because the citizens that were working in the Citizens' Assembly had the opportunity to hear or attend some lectures about the topics that were selected. Those were waste management, environment, waste management, and they listened actually to the presentations of people from various NGOs, and then once they collected all the information, once they heard all the information, they were able actually to participate in the process. I saw that in Brussels, in Paris, there was a structure set up for them to join. Maybe I didn't follow carefully enough because I didn't join the meeting at the very beginning. But did you have any mandatory education, any mandatory lectures or training for the citizens before you actually involved them into the process? Thank you. We'll let the guests from Belgium and France to respond, and we have Mrs. Hade from Istanbul.
The explanations that Mr. Duramois has done, I will have some detailed questions. Like, I'm curious about the composition of the citizens' assemblies in terms of age, for example, gender and profession. And he said that the biggest challenge that they are facing is that the recommendations may not fit the agenda of the municipality, and he's in a position that is who is mediating the relations between the Citizens' Assembly and the municipality. So it's a big, it's a heavy duty, I think. And doesn't this challenge create the decline of the excitement of the participants in the citizen assemblies? Because it sounds like most of the proposals and their questions are rejected. And then I'm curious about the scheme of the citizen assemblies, the committees in the neighborhoods and the assemblies in the arrondissements and the Paris Citizens Assembly. And Paris is famous with the participatory budgeting. Does the Citizen Assembly is monitoring the participatory budgeting? Do the municipality benefit of this implementation? Thank you.
Mr. Duama, if you could please provide your answer to the questions asked.
Question from the city of Istanbul. Thank you for your question. And yeah, I remember you had a delegation come into Paris not so long ago about participatory budgeting. I remember that very clearly. So, well, the composition of the Citizens' Assembly is pretty straightforward. It is supposed to be a mirror of the Parisian population as such. So we divided this population into different age groups, into different social classes based on education levels, and into geography, because we have the now 17 districts of Paris that we have to represent. And obviously it had to be 50-50 between men and women. So we had what you could call, I don't know how you call that in English to be fair, a rationalized, randomized selection. So we had little boxes with the different names and a clerk, as you call it in English, so a man of law who was there to make sure everything was legal. Who was there to then pick out the names. So we had a category for women over 40 from a specific level of education and a specific neighborhood. That was 2 seats. So that was the box with let them, the clerk
shirt would take 2 out, and then we had men of, you know, and if you want to know what it is, it's basically what the composition is. It is the composition of the Parisian population, which is, I mean, I'm going to spoil it. It's an upper class city, obviously, slightly older than the average of the French population, and with the geographic distribution that fitted that of the distribution of the population in Paris. We really tried to mirror it as much as we could with the general population in Paris. So is there a decline in excitement from the citizens when we try to make an equation between the ideas and what's possible? Yes, of course, but they do also understand most of the time that it's necessary if they want to have a real impact. That's what we're also telling them, is that, I mean, that recommendation is out of our hands. That is the central state who is going to be carrying that. And what Mr. Moscovici told us about the Minister of Interior in Belgium, I'm afraid that would not work in France, at least not for now. I don't think you could. I mean, we would do it, but I don't think we'd get an answer really if we decided to send recommendations from our Citizen Assembly to the Ministry of Interior. We do not promise that to the citizens, at least that's for sure. So when they have an idea that's impossible, you know, you need to tell them. And obviously that is not very nice to hear. But we do also repeat that it is really to make sure that what you're going to come up with is going to be useful and is actually going to be maybe implemented. So impossible ideas at some point have to be sorted out, and most of the time they do actually understand it. And also that also answers the other questions about education. So I have two questions at a time. We do educate them on the topics from the very beginning, and I'm glad nobody asked if the recommendations of the Citizens Assembly were, because we still don't know. It's been going on for 9 months now, and we are still in the whole phase of learning and getting into more detail and learning what we can do. And like the first phase that's been going on up until the summer was basically just learning about the different topics and trying to zoom in on what would be the most interesting to work on. So yeah, a lot of education, and it is absolutely crucial, obviously. And during that education, they also learn what they can do and what they can't do, really. So that question kind of solves itself. Last thing, on the participatory budget, there could be links to be made between the two projects. We haven't really done it so far. The idea being more that the Citizens Assembly could actually use the non-participatory budget for once. But many other councils or processes that we have going on with citizens involved, often if what they come up with need finances, we often say, well, propose it to the participatory budget. And it works most of the time, because they have a well-thought project that they can defend pretty well. And we also like when projects are made collectively and people have thought of it beforehand. So it often works, but not for the Citizens Assembly, not yet. We try to give them access to the non-participatory budget.
Zahvala gospodine Drumoa. Gospodine Moskvik, vaš odgovor molimo na...
Mr. Moskvik, if you could have your answer, we're focusing on this particular question.
Important phase, and I must admit, maybe we should do publicly on our processes, because sometimes people they do have the impression streets putting them
konekcijom, dok ne popravimo konekciju sa gospodinom Moskvikom. Pozivam vas da se uključite.
Well, we have problem with the connection, but perhaps we can fill this time with something else.
Izvolite.
sorry, I don't know where I left it. At least, yes, it's the information phase is very important, and we have many different experts that are informing the citizens on the different aspects of an issue we are debating here in the Parliament.
Gospodine Moskvik, da li nas sada čujete?
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
I don't know what you heard or what you didn't hear, but on the information education phase, if that's still the question. So we have here different experts that have to inform the citizens that are participating, and they have to mention the different aspects of an issue in order. And I remember when Ilya, who is attending this meeting, was auditioned here. It's like during a process or a case on a judicial level, you have different testimonies, and you have people that have to explain the different angles of a question in order for people not to be oriented towards a particular angle or not, but to have all the information needed to deliberate and to come with recommendations that are covering the different aspects of the questions. Otherwise, you have recommendations that are not legitimate because they're not including the different positions on a particular question.
Mr. Demois, in the context of the overall institutionalization of deliberative processes, could you please, based on the experience of your country, could you please explain whether the media community supports this process, the academia? Do they promote these new democratic values and open, transparent governance? Do they promote a more inclusive policy making at the local level? So what is the role of these groups in this process?
Okay, so the media and the academia, that was the question?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we worked with actually it was more the elected officials really who worked with them, but there was a group of researchers, and I see Ian here who's in the online attendance as well, who also helped us with conceiving the Citizens Assembly at the very beginning, and who's also still following the Citizens Assembly in Paris today. And there's been quite a lot of academic writing on the subject of citizen participation for the last 20 years. We also had researchers here working with us in our service for a couple of years who wrote theses on the subject. And there's a fair amount of interest and curiosity from the academic society, if I might say so. And the media is also, I mean, the media has been covering, of all the things that have ever done for the City Council of Paris, the one thing that's been covered the most by the media is the Citizens Assembly, because it is a bit radical in a way, and it is very new, also because France does not really have a long tradition of citizen participation. You know, the political culture in France is very top-down, and it's pretty new, so the media do find that very interesting. And we do also, we've been helped more or less, I guess you could say, in that matter, on the matter of mediatization by the president of the French Republic, who has also launched his own citizen participation processes over the last few years, which also brought a bit of spotlight on the entire idea of citizen participation. So there is a curiosity, there's interest for it, that's for sure. But I think both academia and people from the media are still waiting a bit, are still
waiting to see what's actually going to happen and what this new thing is, because once again, it's very new, in fact, really, to have these things.
Mr. Anyone has a question for Mr. Demois and the other panelists? Someone who participates online? Or can we ask Mr. If you could reflect on this deliberative process in general.
Gospodine Moskvik, da li nas čujete?
Mr. Moskvik, can you hear us?
Isto kao za gospodin.
The same question I asked Mr. Demois regarding media and academia participation and involvement in the process.
It's quite interesting. So when we launched the process, there was a high media attention. The two major newspapers on the French-speaking sites, they made their cover out of it. So a world premiere in the Brussels Parliament. I must say that there is a difference between the northern Flemish parts and the southern parts. There was only a little media attention in the Flemish side and more on the French-speaking side. And what we can observe from now is that there's still focus on more the process of the deliberative committees, but less on the content. I would like the process to be something like known by the different people, but that they would see it not as an end, but as a tool to come to an end. So, for example, now we just had this deliberative committee on the role of citizens in times of crisis, or the one on biodiversity in the city. I would like them to see it like as a political subject and to cover it content-wise. What we also observed is that because unfortunately, not all the politicians are in favor of it, of the process within the different parties. There are, of course, people in favor of it, but there are also, in some parties, people against it. That some of the members of parliament are using the deliberative committees as a tool to criticize the majority. And so we had recently an article, so I would say, it was also one of the conferences we organized here in the parliament. There is an entire challenge for the journalists to think about the way they cover representative democracy. They know that's their daily job, but also how they can adapt to cover also media-wise deliberative democracy, because it's not the same. It's not party leader X that is attacking or criticizing party leader Y. It is way more about something consensual. It's probably less sexy if you think about the way you are usually covering representative democracy, because there are people sitting at a table, quite peacefully debating on different topics. So I think it's one of the key challenges for the next years, the way we can properly and correctly inform the general public on what's happening during the deliberative democracy process. And so not only the first phase and the recommendation phase, but throughout the entire citizen assembly.
Prije nego vas, gospodine Moskvik, gospodine Demois, zamolim za vaše zaključke.
Before I asked you to give your final word, I will ask Mr. Slobodan Martinovic, who wanted to ask a question and make a comment to address.
I would just comment. The main problem regarding participation of citizens in decision-making is selecting the sample. That is why it is important to institutionalize. Is it possible for the citizens to participate in ethnic democracies? Because that is a so-called matter of social democracy or rule of law, and rule of law is actually directed towards the individual. So this is a very wide span of participation of citizens, political participation, neighborhood, community level, development of rules and regulations. So the authorities and the citizens must function as one software, not as something that is open. So I would ask a question to the panelists. Is it possible for the citizens to participate in ethnic democracies? And in such cases, how do you find a sample? For example, in Paris, we have rich people, and that is a very wide structure. So I think that the sampling is a very important issue, and I think we have to institutionalize the issue, because every citizen should be able to be consulted or to enter the decision-making process. I think we are now about to conclude, and I would ask the panelists to reflect on your opinions, and I would ask you to make concluding remarks. Mr. Duramoi, I would ask you first. Hvala.
Did I get that question right? Did I hear, was that ethnic democracy? Did I hear that right? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yes, ethnic democracy. What? The interpreter cannot hear the speaker, Mr. Martinovic.
A question in the French Republic. In the French Republic, do not recognize any kind of ethnic basis to any of our citizens. The state isn't even allowed to make what we call ethnic statistics. So we wouldn't even be able to make a sample that actually corresponds to the reality. That is a debatable political choice, but we are not. How should I put that? It's a tricky question. We do not to take ethnicity into account when we make our samples at all. First of all, because we wouldn't be able to. As I said, we do not do ethnic statistics in France at all, so it's not possible. For that particular reason. And we do, on the other hand, if you're talking about foreigners, or if you're talking about people who do not have any other political representation at a municipal level, we have other councils. We have a council for extra EU citizens on a local level in Paris, and we also have a council for EU citizens that are not French. That I actually used to animate back in the days, also in Paris. So we do take care of that aspect of it, but we do not take ethnicity into account, and we wouldn't really be able to either, because of French law, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Duramoi. Mr. Moscovici,
to answer to your question, Mr. Martinovic, in fact, we can consider Belgium and Brussels as ethnic democracies, maybe. But we have different ethnicities in Belgium and Brussels, and it's part of the stratification in the second random selection. So we need to have an amount of Dutch speakers and French speakers in order to represent Brussels inhabitants or residents. So it's, to answer to your question, yes. And I have also information for you. So 2 days from now, I'm going to Montenegro, which is a bit, you can consider also as an ethnic democracy. And we'll launch there also the second citizen assembly that already it's the second edition. We started last year, and so it was based on a random selection and the representation of the different ethnic groups in the country. So I don't think different ethnic groups in the country and then random selection is not matching well. On the contrary, I think it's very important to have random selection and to have certain quotas in order to include all the different segments of the society when you do a citizen assembly.
Zahvale, gospodine Moskvik.
Mr. Moskvi, this was Jonathan Moskvi, the advisor for democratic innovation of the president of the French-speaking parliament in Belgium. And with him, we have André de Romois, who is the head of the Department for Participation of Citizens in the city of Paris, a city that has institutionalized its deliberative process. Thank you very much, Mr. de Romois. Thank you very much, Mr. Moskvik, for your observations, the information, the comments, the replies to the questions that have been posed at this European conference, which is occurring in Mostaru. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our conference and open discussions on deliberative processes after a short coffee break. So we will adjourn for a coffee break of 15 minutes, and we meet again at the same location at 4:15.
Dobar dan, dobrodošli nazad. Ovo je sad
afternoon and welcome back. This is the last part of today's discussion. We will be asking you to engage more actively. Now we will discuss. We have now some 20 people, and we will divide you into two groups, and every group should discuss issues such as what is important, what are the uncertainties, and what questions would you like to ask experts in order to obtain more knowledge of the deliberative processes, their institutionalization. The easiest way to divide you into groups would be to divide you by your family names. If you have a family name starting with an A to K, should go to the tables next to the window, and the family name starting with L or Z, through to Z, should go to the other group of tables. I will join the first group, and I will leave Nicola with the second group. Eto. Znači, to je to. Sad idemo tamo. Onda nas vodimo. Nije nam Milena to dobro.
Okay, hello everyone. So I think here we are kind of in our online little group for the breakouts for this session. So for those of you who perhaps joined us a bit later in the day, my name is Claudia Schweri.
Damir Kapidžić, profesor Fakulteta političkih nauka Univerziteta u Sarajevu, bit će moj sagovornik u nastavku, a u vezi sa aktivnostima koje su održane u vidu otvorenih diskusija za okruglim stolovima, prilikom kojih su učesnici ove Evropske konferencije mogli postaviti neka pitanja između sebe i zatražiti na njih odgovor. Da, u redu. U redu. Hajde. U redu, ja ću isto... Može. Claudia, želimo ovom prilikom, kao i
Claudia, we want to check if you hear simultaneous translation. Well, we'll saw Claudia nodding. Greetings to Claudia, and we'll continue for other 30 to 40 minutes, and we'll continue discussing. I was too loud, they said, so I will continue in a whisper tone. We'll continue with our discussions, and the group where I was participating raised 3 or 4 questions, and they want them to be asked at this forum, and they want some answers from expert professionals. And another group said that they would apply to the Council of Europe for a grant for the best citizens' assembly in Bosnia and Herzegovina at the local level. Professor Damir Kapidzic was moderating the other group. He's from political faculty in Sarajevo. And if you could please briefly describe the process of discussion and what questions were raised by the participants. Most certainly. We worked in these groups in such a way that the participants had to indicate or identify issues or questions which are important for them, the questions they want to further discuss and to which they want to have some answers. We will not provide answers today. These are questions which pertain to both the process and best practices. At a later point, we will try to define answers, and we will present them at one of future events. We also grouped these questions based on their relevance, and we have 8 questions which we defined as a group, and I will read them one by one. One question is, what is the way that we can explain better to the councillors the process of deliberative democracy and the relationship between representative and deliberative democracies? Very often we see the councillors who do not understand these two processes or do not distinguish between these processes. And what is the easiest way, that's the emphasis, to initiate or establish a citizens' assembly? The third question is how we can enable the members of the assembly to directly monitor the implementation of their recommendations in the city council. The fourth question, and this is more relevant in a way, how the citizens' assembly should communicate with other citizens. What are the channels, and who has the responsibility to communicate the messages? And another important question, how to educate all the citizens in one town or city about the assembly as such and its activities. We should not simply send notifications about certain developments, but this should be more education process. And the third, how to encourage media to cover education events about the Citizens' Assembly. And the most two important questions which we defined, how to secure the monitoring or supervision of the implementation of the Citizens' Assembly's recommendations. And then how to set up a process in which such recommendations would be either accepted or at least their implementation ensured and monitored. The governments should impose this obligation on themselves to implement the recommendations of the citizens. These are the questions that we defined as a group, as relevant questions. Allow me to... these questions were raised in the other round table, and in addition to these questions, I will also now share with you the questions raised by the other group. Some of them asked how we could make or obliged, to put it mildly, the government to implement, to be required to implement the decisions or recommendations of the Assembly. As citizens say, as a rule, the Citizens' Assembly stops operating or existing after they issue recommendations, and that's not good. And furthermore, we had the question, who is managing the process of appointing new members of the Citizens' Assembly? For instance, if we had one assembly in the city of Mostar and their mandate expired, so we have a new group of citizens who want to appoint new, fresh citizens and to raise fresh issues at the Citizens' Assembly. Who should initiate this process, and who will have deciding vote in this? We heard that the towns of Lukavac and of Maglaj want to participate in this process. There are other towns who would like to follow the steps of the city of Mostar, but they are asking themselves what will be the criteria for the allocation of grants by the Council of Europe. They would like to know what is the basis for the application. As the participant from Maglaj said, could this be an argument that they are coming from a neglected, devastated community? Would it be a good argument for them to obtain grants from the Council of Europe? Is Claudia with us? Claudia, greetings. Good afternoon. What were the outcomes of the discussion of your group? Have you defined some questions? Hvala vam. Zaista sam ljubomorna. Imali smo naravno i pitanja koja su postavljena na našoj grupi. Imamo otprilike 5 pitanja. Neka od njih su vrlo slična ovim pitanjima koje su postavila druga grupa. Jedno od pitanja je vezano za način na koji se biraju vijećnici, članovi gradskih vijeća, kako da ih se uvjere građani da trebaju učestvovati u tome. Drugo pitanje je šta je uloga određenih aktera u procesu, i još ima nekoliko pitanja koja su povezana i koja su vezana za slučajni način izbora, nasumični način izbora Zatim smo govorili o političkim podjelama, političkim pitanjima koja se postavljaju ili da li može doći do toga da proces sklizne na politički nivo. Zatim smo govorili o tome kakve kompetencije su potrebne za građane da učestvuju u ovom procesu i zašto je neophodna edukacija u okviru samog procesa i kako se može osmisliti ta faza edukacije tako na taj način da svi bez obzira na nivo obrazovanja mogu učestvovati kompetentno u procesu i rasprava. To su, čuli smo neke primjere vezani za grad Brisel i stekli smo utisak da članovi parlamenta koji su članovi ovih skupština građana zapravo shvatili da je velika prednost da i građani budu uključeni u proces donošenja odluka bez obzira na nivo obrazovanja. S tim o tome smo razgovarali i također smo govorili o uključivanju mladih u Mostaru. Smo imali i učešće građana koji su stariji od 60 godina. Šta to znači? I to također otvara pitanje ko ima politička prava na učešće i to me podsjetilo na primjer da su uključili i djecu u ovaj proces. To nije nešto što predlažemo, ali evo to je jedna interesantna tema za razgovor. Imamo dakle vrlo mlade osobe koje učestvuju u osmišljavanju odluka. I na kraju posljednja stvar od kojoj smo razgovarali je bilo pitanje vezano za institucionalizaciju deliberativnih procesa općenito. Postoji mišljenje da taj proces vode više progresivne strane, ali smo ipak došli do zaključka da svi učestvuju u ovom procesu, da ovaj proces podstiču i vode stranke iz svih političkih spektara. Imali smo u Belgiji jedan primjer gdje je inicijativu pokrenule dvije desne stranke i inicijativa je bila dobra i podržale su je sve ostale stranke, što govori o dobrom načinu uključivanja svih da se uključe u ovaj proces. Ja sam postavljala pitanja i prikupljala pitanja i imam čitavu mješavinu toga, ja se izvinjavam zbog toga. I prva pitanja iz naše grupe su pokazala da smo razmišljali vrlo slično.
Perhaps we could ask Claudia to reflect to some of the questions of the participants. I think she already offered to reflect on them, so she can. Could Claudia select some questions which are important for her, which she considers significant for tackling or answering? Do you hear the translation? Čujem eko kada sama govorim, tako da mi je malo...
Am I okay now? Okay, well, I think it's been solved. Sorry. So I can come back on some of the other questions that were raised also in the other groups. Maybe I feel like there was one that came up in both of the other groups and is somewhat related to the questions around institutionalization as well, because there was this question raised about, who's really managing the process of appointing new members of a citizens' assembly. And then there was another set of questions around how do we actually enable members of an assembly to be directly monitoring the implementation and recommendations in the city council. Now, maybe those seem like separate questions, but I actually think they both go together in a more holistic thinking about let's say, maybe a next phase of deliberative democracy if we're really thinking about this in a more systemic way, because both of those questions actually bring to light the example of the Ostbelgian model and then now the Paris model and how they work, in the sense that it's not just about having one-off assembly about a certain issue, but about thinking more systemically about the kind of democratic infrastructure that's needed to be able to support this in a longer term way. So in Ostbelgian, there's an independent secretariat which has the responsibility of choosing the new members of the Citizens Council and the Citizens Assembly. So, you know, there are the resources that are there, there's the support for again, an independent, trusted secretariat to have that responsibility for it not to be something that's in any way being tinkered with by the government or politically or anything like that. And it also is supported with the resources to be able to do this on that ongoing basis. And on the same time, there's the Citizens Council, which is the more kind of longer term ongoing body that has a longer mandate, and it has two mandates. One is about agenda setting. So I think we talked more about this in the earlier session today, that it's those people who choose what are the topics that should even be put to one-off citizens' assemblies every year. But their second role is about monitoring the implementation of the recommendations, making sure that those parliamentary debates that are required by law now to take place on the Citizens' Assembly's recommendations actually happen. And then for the longer term, following up on what is the implementation after those have actually been voted on. And so I think that it's necessary to be, first of all, thinking about the role that citizens can be playing in those roles of the monitoring and following the implementation, but also the need for there to actually be the sort of structures and support set up for this to be happening, because I'm not sure that it works if it's just on the individual responsibility of the members who had been selected to somehow be then holding members of the city council or parliament or whatever level of government you're talking about to account. There needs to actually be this institutional structure, and there needs to be something that makes this embedded, makes this binding as well. So I really think that Ostbelgian, as a relatively small place, and I think as a relatively simple holistic model, is a very good place to look for inspiration on both of those questions, which I think are really very much interrelated to each other. And I think somehow there's actually a link about the question. There was another question asked about how a citizens' assembly should be communicated with other citizens, what are the channels, but also how to educate the citizens about the assembly and its activities. I really like the fact that you use the word education, because the way I've always talked about this is about these assemblies also being an opportunity for public learning. So it's not just about having a comms campaign to say, oh, look how great we are, we've established a citizen process. It's about these citizens are grappling with this important issue that affects everyone more widely in this community, and being able to have an opportunity for the public more widely to be able to engage with the expert hearings, the evidence, the stakeholder evidence and presentations. Obviously, it'll depend on how salient or controversial or important an issue it feels to a large portion of the population at that time. But I think we have something to learn from the best examples of public communication around an issue. So, for example, in Ireland, I take this example, I know it's a big scale and so on, but we have the data around this. In the Citizens' Assembly that they had around the issue of abortion, there were 100,000 people who watched the live stream of the different expert and stakeholder presentations. So, you know, there has to be a communication about the fact that this is happening, coupled with the transparency around it. And that's where I go back to the point about the importance of having a general secretariat who actually has the resources and the independence to be organizing this, because in that Irish example I mentioned, it's the independent secretariat that held weekly press briefings, that was ensuring that the media knew about this, was actually ensuring that there was coverage happening, ensuring that there was the communication and the streaming and so on. So actually a lot of the different questions that you asked around communication, around education, around the secretariat, all of this is actually very much interlinked together. How do we encourage the media to cover these events? I think it's again, it's all interrelated there. And then just looking through the other questions. I mean, I guess maybe going back to, there was one that came up in my group and one which was the very first one mentioned about perhaps how to better explain citizens' assemblies and deliberative democracy and what is the relationship between deliberative and representative democracy. And this is where, I don't know, I have my own view on this, which I know that not all the other experts share perhaps, but I feel like we really are at a stage of kind of needing to convince people who are in elected positions of power to be seeing their role as one that is changing and evolving in a different context today, and something that needs to evolve with how democracy is evolving too. Because I think that people, like I was saying really in my opening remarks, are at a point of not just wanting a voice, but actually wanting that voice to matter and for it to have influence. And it came up in one of the other questions about how do we ensure that governments can be required to implement the recommendations of the Assembly. I think we're seeing more and more demand from people that's coming up for Assembly recommendations to be binding. And I think it's understandable why. Like I still think that perhaps there's a sense of risk around this, but actually we have so much evidence which shows that when you create the conditions for a randomly selected, broadly representative and diverse group of people to come together and to really consider an issue in depth, really have the time to hear from experts, to really understand the complexity of that issue, and to have the time to listen to one another and to work together doing that hard work of finding common ground, they come up with really sensible recommendations. And it's really hard to justify why would we not listen to such recommendations? And so I'm really on the side of perhaps the citizens in this situation of thinking, I feel like we really should be able to trust citizens, because we talk so much about the crisis of trust today, and we talk a lot about how citizens are distrusting government. And I think the crisis of trust is almost worse in the other direction of the trust that government has in citizens. And I think to strengthen trust in both directions, we need to be also doing that through action and through showing actually we trust the citizens to be able to do this, and we want to take on their recommendations. So I think that you already have a good example in Mostaru of this happening once, of seeing what's possible, of seeing that citizens are intelligent and amazing and capable people, and being able to build on that trust even further. So I think that answers most of the questions. I'm happy to come in on some of the other more technical ones if there's still a little bit of time, or if you want me to come back on certain points in particular. But I feel like I've talked a lot, so yeah.
Hvala mnogo, Klaudija, za...
Thank you very much, Claudia. Participants say that it would have been much better if you were here with us rather than online. But thank you very much for joining us online, the citizens of Mostar. Shout that you should come to Mostar and visit
Evo imamo jedno kratko pitanje, gospodina, imamo još 5 minuta.
We have a short question.
Kada ste govorili o neovisnom tajništvu na...
Thank you very much. When you were speaking about an independent secretariat, what is the way to form this independent secretariat, which will be independent because it has to be funded by the city? From our experience last year, we've presented our ideas to the city council. As one of the presenters, I was in a situation that the members of the council did not understand our points. They treated us as a citizens association rather than citizens assembly. So what is the legal basis? Where can we find a supporting point to create this secretariat from the citizens assembly? Because we don't have regulations which we can use. So we should not be organized, we would not be organized as an association of citizens. We would be Citizens Association of the City of Mostar. And Mr. Damir Kapidzic, professor, PhD, will answer this question. We kindly ask him to offer an answer to this question and to provide his final argument. Are you with us tomorrow? So the question is legitimate, but at the same time, it is rather specific for Bosnia and Herzegovina and for the legislation applicable in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In order to establish something which is not an association of citizens, which is a sort of part of the local government and local mechanism of both local and higher level governments, requires amendments to multiple laws, and the mechanism of consultation must be set up through citizens' assembly or a different form. But any such change or amendment requires all of us to commit that we will use this mechanism. And this is another question of institutionalization. And is the City Council ready to start an initiative to adopt such amendments? That's another level of responsibility. This does not concern only the city of Mostar, but all other towns and cities in the Federation and Republika Srpska. And I do hope that we will reach this level progressively. Thank you very much. We will take your question. Now, I would like to follow up on this discussion on the institutionalization. In Serbia, we adopted the legal framework for public policies, but the problem is I apologize. We have another person here who asked for the floor. I didn't see you asking for the floor. So if you could please allow the gentleman to ask the question. I believe that our mandate of city councillor, I would like to commend the organization. Although we are not a member of the EU, we can be perceived as a good example in terms that we understood the point of the project well. We worked very engaged in this project, and at no point were we burdened with our party membership or anything else. I believe that our experience, Mostar, which is a town with many troubles, I was a refugee in my own town twice, on 2 occasions, but I don't feel this. Thank you very much. And for this, we have this child of Mostar here, who is an editor of a very important show on the TV here, and that's our moderator. Take our example. Take this example to Serbia, Montenegro, and other countries. And I thank the Council of Europe for bringing the process here and for conducting this poll, which showed that we were not concerned about our party's interests when we worked on this process. I love this city. I was born here, and I want to continue living here. A number of city councillors have left this country. What can we do to prevent this? I'm afraid that geopolitical situation will make those who fled to Sweden or Finland want to come back here. Congratulations for today's event. I love Gdańsk, I love Poland. I was there having an internship as a student. We all thank Europe. We all thank the Council of Europe for their support to these activities. And I thank all the participants in this conference. Greetings to Claudia, and thank you for your contributions today. Dear friends, you can ask all other questions tomorrow. We will continue tomorrow. We are stepping with pride and courage on the steps of deliberative democracy. This is the only way to enhance the engagement of citizens in the decision-making processes. You can now go to your rooms, and if you don't want to do so, you can go to the restaurants because we will have a dinner there at 1800 hours. Tomorrow we'll resume at 9:30. We have an exciting title, Inclusive Approach to Overcome Differences in Multicultural Societies Through Deliberative Processes. Thank you very much for your attention. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of our conference. Today we will continue discussing deliberative democracy, but from a special angle, and we will discuss furtherance of inclusive approach, inclusion of all people from different backgrounds. We will start discussing the challenge and the need of adopting inclusive approach, bridging differences in multicultural societies through deliberative processes. Today with me are Stuart Dixon, the rapporteur on the observation of local and regional elections, Ms. Capasso, President of Urban Innovation Foundation in Italy, in Bologna, and Delegate for District and Civic Imagination, and Tuli Kali, the President of the Citizens Associations of Istanbul. First we will hear Mr. Dixon, and then we will hear other presenters today.
Thank you and good morning, and it's a real pleasure to be here in Mostaru over this last few days. I first came here in 2012, and I was here. On? Okay? Sorry. Yep. We will start again. Good morning. My name is Stuart Dixon, and I am the Vice President of the Monitoring Committee of the Congress of the Council of Europe. I came here way back. I came to Bosnia and Herzegovina way back in 2012. Just a year after I joined the Congress, and I signed up to be an election observer. And Bosnia and Herzegovina was my first election observation mission. We were led by Amy Koopmanschap, who is a mayor in the Netherlands, a very experienced election observer. And I was very new to the whole process. I was very struck by what I saw here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and saw many parallels to my own country at home in Northern Ireland, part of the United Kingdom. A part of the United Kingdom that had suffered some 40 years of community violence, some very extreme violence, and one where politics had on many occasions simply broken down. By 2012, we were certainly emerging from that, and I could see many parallels here, although many things here were very different. We observed the elections and we made our report. But in our report, we said, and I quote from our report in 2012, in addition, Congress points to the unsatisfactory situation in the city of Mostaru, where residents were unable to take part in local elections. We encourage all the actors to work together constructively to find a solution so that elections can take place as soon as possible. We were saying that back in 2012. It took a long time since then for those elections to actually happen here. And I would like to think that we played a small part in encouraging that. Way back in 2012, and in subsequent visits, both here in later elections and also in our overall monitoring role, where we monitor the compliance with the Congress Charter on Local Self-Government. We raised on all of those occasions the situation here in Mostaru and the lack of elections, and therefore the inability for citizens to have what everybody else in this nation and others were having around our member states. What struck me very personally was an opportunity back in 2012 to hear about and to meet later some young people who had come together in this city, and I understand, and I think it probably was the 2012 election, where they set up a cardboard box on the bridge and they held their own election as a matter of protest that the politics and the people here were not able to have that election. That resonated with me because I could see so many parallels to home in that. And I was absolutely delighted then a few years later to come back here to Mostaru and to meet some of those young people, the very young people that had conducted that protest. They struck me as young people who wanted to engage for their city. They wanted a better way forward for their city, and they wanted to start to build a future for this city. Later, we, through further involvement with Congress, were thinking hard and long about how we might encourage, and we knew the international community was encouraging. We knew that there was a case going to the European Court, but we also wanted to think about how we might be encouraging things to happen here. I had had some experience of citizens' assemblies in Ireland, not actually in Northern Ireland, but the professor from Dublin who was speaking yesterday had made reference to the citizens' assemblies that had happened in Ireland. And in fact, on one of those citizens' assemblies, they actually did it on a cross-border basis. And I was a speaker in one of the specialist groups in that citizens' assembly. So that introduced me to the concept and the idea, and I could see the benefits that was delivering. So in conversation with colleagues and friends here in the Congress, I suggested to them they might think and look towards the potential for a citizens' assembly. And I will say, it, from my point of view, it had to have a twofold effect. One, if the politicians couldn't agree, well, certainly the citizens could agree to want to do something on their own. So we said this might actually act as a catalyst, or perhaps even better, as a push to the politicians to get on with the job of agreeing a methodology for elections here in the city of Mostaru. And secondly, of course, the Citizens' Assembly will do exactly what it says. It will give the citizens the opportunity to choose a topic or topics and to deliberate on those, and then to bring forward recommendations. And of course, today and this week and in the last few months, with all of the difficulties of COVID and everything else, a successful Citizens' Assembly occurred here. And I believe it contributed to the fact that there have been elections here, and I would like to congratulate the Mayor and the City Council on their election for the work which they have been doing. And I saw it because when we arrived here this week, I could, by just simply getting out of the car and walking onto the streets, I could see the difference in this city between 2012 and today in 2022. A vast difference. And so I want to congratulate the Mayor and the City Council for the work that they've done in such a short period of time. They have a massive task ahead of them, and I hope and will want to encourage them to continue on with the concept of Citizens' Assembly. We in Congress will be encouraging and supporting that for at least one more in Mostaru, and indeed a further opportunity to a local authority in Bosnia-Herzegovina to come on board and do that. But this shouldn't be the end of the road. I would encourage you to find the resources internally to do this yourselves. In fact, when you take ownership of something, it's much more valuable to you than somebody coming in from the outside and giving you thousands of euros to do a job like that. But I was proud and pleased that we've been the catalyst to deliver this here. But it's over to the city and the citizens now to take this forward. This conference is testament to the success of this model, and I really want to encourage people to do that. I also want to place on record my thanks to the steering committee. We met on Monday of this week, of people who assisted in encouraging and guiding the process for the city here. Working ultimately with the City Council, providing the facilities and working our way through in delivering all of that. Reflecting back on the election report from 2012, our monitoring report of 2019, our opportunity to observe the election here in Mostaru, although we regrettably had to do that remotely because of COVID, but nevertheless, I hope that people will appreciate the commitment of Congress to doing that, despite some of the most difficult and challenging circumstances of a pandemic. We continued going, not only here but in other countries where we continued to do our election observation work during COVID. Very difficult doing it remotely online, and I also want to place on record our thanks to, we recruited a couple of local observers, people who lived here, and we asked them to go around the polling stations and to follow the guidance that Congress gives when observing elections. And they did that, and they did it. We were very pleased that they were able to do that for us here in the city of Mostaru. And I have to say that our election observation report of the election here in Mostaru was a very positive one. So not only did you have an election, but it was done openly and fairly, and that was the broad conclusion. There are always minor criticisms. It doesn't matter what democracy we're talking about. There are always minor criticisms of the way in which elections are conducted, but no more or no less here, and a successful election happened. So I look forward to listening to my colleagues on the panel this morning. I look forward to further engagement with the city and with the Mayor over the years to come. And I look forward to hearing about how the Citizens' Assembly, I hope, will go from strength to strength here, and that the local authority will work hand in hand with the citizens to develop. There is much work to do. We are this afternoon embarking on support of a small environmental project which flows out of the desires of the Citizens' Assembly to improve waste collection services. And we're going to plant a tree, and we're going to see some litter bins delivered. And I think that's good. Those are the sorts of things that grassroots people can actually deliver. There are, of course, big challenges out there in terms of what citizens might deliberate on, and we heard in Ireland that they tackled very big issues like equality in marriage. They dealt with the abortion issue, and I'm not suggesting that those are issues that you would ever want to deal with or need to deal with in a city like Mostaru, but there are questions which perhaps Bosnia-Herzegovina will want to challenge and tackle going forward into the future. Citizens' assemblies can work right down here at grassroots level. They can also work right up there there at the top levels of government for national governments as well. So thank you very much indeed, and I welcome and look forward to your questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I would like to give the floor to Erika Capasso, the president of the Foundation for Urban Innovation from Bologna. Erika, the floor is yours.
To everyone, I really want to thank you for this opportunity, for inviting me, and for giving the chance really to share with you our experience in Bologna. I would like to use a presentation so that maybe it can help also to follow what I can present you. So I'll try to do that. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
It's good? Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'm really sorry that I could not be there with you in person, but we are actually under election in Italy. So this next Sunday, we will vote for the national election. So it's very it's a very hard time. It's very complicated now for us to leave the country. So also our mayor Matteo Lepore, it's very sorry that it could not attend, but I sending you his greetings as well. So as for Bologna, what I would like to share with you today is two experiences that it's very characteristic of our city, and both are really related to what is the topic of this morning. So how we can really foster inclusion in our society, in our multicultural and society through the participation. So we have these two tools that are very important for us, which one is the participatory budgeting, and which is a tool that we use since different years, and one is a very new tool that we are just introducing in our city context, which is the new deliberative citizen assembly. So this just to give you some information of the context of our city. So those are some numbers. We have 389,000 inhabitants and 82,000 students. So we are a very young city that it's welcoming many students from all over Italy and all over Europe, actually. We are a city, the city has been called the city of social capital since really we have a long tradition and history of participation, cooperation, and mutualism in our city. So this is something that really characterizes our context, and it's of course it's an element of favor when we are talking of deliberative in the democracy, because of course we have a population and we have a context that really facilitates what are the tools of deliberative democracy. What we have that is really also characteristic in our city, and that it helps us working in that direction, is a civic imagination office. This is also some of my delegate that I'm working on. So I'm running the civic imagination office, which started in Bologna in the previous administration. What is a civic imagination office? Is a space it's a permanent laboratory, actually, that we call it, to really encourage different forms of collaboration between the actors of the city. So it is a place that we open to collaborate with citizens, with other public institutions, with association, with movement. And it's an office that is coordinating everything that is relating to the participation and the involvement of the citizen in the choice of the politics. So we decided that we needed a formal institutional office, political office that is in charge to support and to promote the participatory practices and policies in our cities. So through this office, we really try to implement and to bring the civic imagination and the civic power to politics, so to the institutions. So these are some like photos of the different like spaces and moment that we organize as Imagination Office. So really the main aim of this office is to experiment and support participatory practices to address the modern urban challenges, with particular attention to those who are usually excluded from the participatory process. Because as we know, participation has cost for the administration, but also for the people. So it's really difficult to try to engage people that are not used to participate, because of course maybe they have other like more important challenges in their life to face. So what we are trying really to put attention on is how we can organize the engagement, and then I will talk better about it, the engagement of people in such a complex environment, and taking care of the ones that are not used to have power of decision. So people that are normally excluded from taking decisions. So our mission is to try to organize their involvement and to try to organize the possibility for them to get listened from institution and from politics. So a kind of really tool to try to redistribute, to apply really a redistribution of power of decision. And so in this way, of course, promoting a democratic space. This is, I'm sorry, this is in Italian. I will try to explain you, but I didn't have time to make this in English. But basically, this is what we developed in Bologna from 2014 since today, regarding the participation process, so the participate and deliberative democracy. So this is basically showing everything, every action, every politics we try to implement following this approach. So following the approach of decide together with citizens, let citizens decide where the city has to go in terms of politics and vision. So we started in 2014. Bologna was the first city to formalize a common here I saw also a common urban commons regulation. So since 2014 we started working on this regulation, and from there we started working with the new regulation of neighborhoods, of districts, so giving like power to the local district. And then we started implementing an office in every district. So every district now in Bologna has a specific office for the community work. So offices that are actually having in the institution community organizer that are working every day inside the community to empower citizens, to empower the third sector and every like single formal or informal organization to try to participate to the decision of the administration. So since then we opened the office. As you can see, we opened the office in 2017 of the civic imagination, and then we try to go even more, like every year more further with the implementation of this methodology. Since we arrived to today, so in 2022, we are working a new regulation of the urban commons. So we are trying to make like step forward in how we can share power of decision with citizens regarding the urban commons. So how we can really reinforce more and more the tools that are at disposal of citizens to participate and to get involved in the care of the cities and of the urban commons and in the decision of the administration. So let's say the two big like implementation that we are bringing since this year are basically a new participatory budgeting, so a renewed participatory budgeting that is even more like focusing on the engagement of those people that are normally excluded, as I was saying, from the decisional power, and the new citizen assembly, and I will go to it. So just like really shortly on the participatory budgeting, since 2017, the city of Bologna has included it on its annual budget, at least €1 million for local project co-designed and voted by citizens. This year, we will try to reach 3 million of budget, of like the city budget, that it will be co-designed and decided and voted from citizens. And this is for us, it's very important to foster the participation of citizens in the governance of the city. How do we work on it? We organize through all the year district laboratories that are managed by this, like as you can see here, this is our structure. We work with 6 community managers, 1 for each neighborhood, that are working in close relationship with the municipalities. As I was said, we organize every single like municipalities. We have 6 of them with a specific office that is in charge of the community work. So for us, this is very fundamental for the daily like administration. So exactly, what's the main goal? Engaging like permanently communities, association, enterprise, and citizen within the participatory process. The goal is like to highlight priorities action and to decide together with citizens, to let them decide how do they want the transformation of the city, which particularly like public space is for them important or is for them urgent to get transformed, and in which direction. So we organize those like district laboratories where we let everyone since the age of 16, so also really like we try to reinforce the participation of young people to propose, to share ideas, to get in common, like to get in contact with the communities of their neighborhoods or not, and then to build the proposal and to let all the citizens to vote it. So at the end of the process, at the end of the immersion of, this is the process. So first of all, the engagement. So the laboratories that I was saying, where community manager and multidisciplinary team of every municipality are doing an engagement work. And this is what, and this is actually where we are now in that phase for our new participatory budgeting. So we are engaging schools. We are engaging like social assistants. We are engaged communities of like foreign people. So also we have big like Philippine communities in Bologna. We have a big Nigerian community in Bologna. So we have a big Pakistani community in Bologna. So we are engaging them to participate, to get with them with their proposal. So then there is a phase of the proposal, and then the proposal are actually voted by everyone that is not just a resident in Bologna, so also people that doesn't have the nationality, the Italian nationality, can vote here. They just have to show or like declare that they are living in Bologna, or they are working in Bologna, or they have any interest in Bologna, they are studying here. So it's a very wide range of inclusion and democracy in this way. After that, the proposal that is getting like voted, and so the proposal that wins, it will be implemented by the administration together with the citizens, with those like budget that we are making at disposal for this. So this is really like a tool that we consider important, even if it's basically participatory democracy. But since we have the vote and we have a really strong engagement, we consider it a really like a strong tool for democracy. So this is like some information regarding the proximity approach. So how do we work? And those are like some pictures that are like representing what we have been doing also during this year. Yeah, and this seems like some like picture that shows also different ages and situation of all the process. So we get on our new deliberative citizen assembly. So Bologna. Well, you know better than me what is a deliberative citizen assembly. So it's a tool that it's an instrument that directly involves individuals in making decisions of general interest, and it is an independent body with a predetermined duration and task. So this is very like a specific institution. So how are we using? We started using this tool in Bologna. So in the past few months, our municipality has been really working non-stop for a significant challenge, which is the 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. So the EU mission, Bologna has been selected as one of the 100 cities that has the goal to reach the climate neutrality by 2030. So this is the budget that we will receive like through the Horizon Europe program. And so what we decided is that it's very important that to reach this mission, we have to activate every possible tool that we have. So we will work in the participatory budgeting as well to reach this goal. We will work in the proximity, we will work with big stakeholders, we have to work really in a multi-level way to try to reach this really ambitious goal. So what we decided then is to use the first citizen assembly in Bologna has a space for the climate challenge and to get like to get them towards the climate neutrality. Because also it's really fundamental the participation of citizens to get to reach this goal. So we are planning to use our first cycle of citizen assembly in this sense. So to dedicate it to the collective development of citizens' proposal for the climate city contract. So okay, this is also this, I'm really sorry, it's still in Italian, but I will try to explain it to you. So how it will work in Bologna. As I was saying, we just introduced this tool. And the citizen assembly, it can be called by the municipality. So the municipality of Bologna can say, it's happening this first time, can say, okay, we call the citizen assembly. We call it and we propose this topic for this round, this cycle of citizen assembly. And this is actually how it is going this time. Even so, it's not really true, because 2 years ago, we had in Bologna an international movement that you surely know, that is Extinction Rebellion, that request to the City Council of Bologna to declare the climate and ecological emergency. So actually it comes from their request, from a civic society request. So the municipality of Bologna accepted this request and declared the climate and ecological emergency. And so this is why we are now saying, okay, our first citizen assembly, it will be dedicated to this topic. So as I was saying, it can be called and activated from the municipality, or it can be activated from the civil society, or it can be, activated from the city council. It will be organized, and by 100 people will be randomly selected, the participant of the assembly. So the assembly will be composed by 100 people randomly selected, and they can be selected by people that are aged over 16 years. So even here, there is we're trying to make it inclusive also by ages, to widening the ages range. And it can be include even here resident or university students or commuting workers. And they will be supported by experts. And also very important for us, also in terms of inclusion. So we really wanted them to receive a token, a participation token. This to make it inclusive, because not everyone, as I was saying at the beginning, not everyone has the opportunity to invest time in participation. We should not give it has given. So we should be really aware of the fact that many people don't have this opportunity. So we strongly wanted the introduction of the participatory token to make it possible for everyone to participate. So from the randomly selected, even if it will be selected someone that doesn't have this opportunity because maybe has other priorities, of course, in life, the participatory token will easily give the opportunity to participate. And also we will give services of babysitting and all the instruments that will help people to say, okay, also I can participate. And also to reinforce the sense of democracy and investment in every citizen. So at the end of the assembly, so they will be supported by experts on the topics, and at the end they will give a document to the municipality, to the mayor, to the council, and to the officer, and we have the obligation to take in consideration and to give a written answer to the document that will be proposed to us. So in between 4 months, we are called to provide a written response. And so with the reasons to reject or the reason of acceptance in part, or what kind of modify we are proposing. And at the end, the council will make a resolution and will vote the proposal coming from the citizens. So this is really like a very brand new tool for us that we hope that will really help us involve citizens and allow them to form decision of public interest. Thank you.
Hvala mnogo, Erika.
Thank you, Erika. I would pass the floor to Tulin Hadi, the president of the Citizens' Assembly of Istanbul, who will give us some more information about how things were organized in Istanbul.
This is my first time in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Mostaru.
Hvala, ovo je prvi put da sam u Bosni i Hercegovini u Mostaru i drago mi je.
I think since yesterday it's been very fruitful for me because with each meeting we get the opportunity to revise ourselves and to check our situation also. So I'm glad that we are not in a bad situation as I thought. I will explain you why now. I'm an architect, and I was, during all my career, I was really concerned about common projects, some public projects, about schools, for example, cultural institutions, urban areas, urban places, etc. And I was conducting studios in architectural schools also. Our topic was urban commons and the improvement of urban commons. So when I was the candidate for the presidency of Istanbul Citizens Assembly, I thought it would be a complementary part of my career about the architectural career, because I always believed in participation. I always believed in the common intelligence while designing. So a citizens' assembly is compulsory in Turkey. I mean, the law says each municipality is required to establish one, but there is no sanction if they are not establishing one. So this is the strange part of the Citizens' Assembly in Turkey, I think. This was the promise of Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu when he was elected to establish a Citizens' Assembly in Istanbul. The Citizens' Assembly story is not very new in Turkey. There are citizens' assemblies since 2015 all around Turkey. And in Istanbul there are 35 district municipalities, and in 28 of them there are citizens' assemblies, and now we have the Istanbul Citizens' Assembly. This was established, of course, upon the call of Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. The citizens' assemblies are generally under the impact of and the influence of political parties in Turkey. When the Istanbul Citizens' Assembly was newly founded, we adopted an attitude like staying in a moderate distance from the municipality. This was really important for us. And for example, I am not a member of any political party. I'm just an architect. And I have membership in some of the NGOs. So this was really important for me to stay in that moderate distance. A citizens' assembly is is a representative governance area. This is a governance mechanism. It has the representatives from the municipality, from the central government, from the universities, from the professional institutions like the Chamber of Architects, the Chamber of Engineers, etc., and of course from the NGOs. And the NGO, the majority is from the NGOs. So while this institution is called City Council in Turkey, because this is a simulation of an ideal city council, I tend to call it as a citizens' assembly because when the public institutions, the representatives of the public institutions are not present around the table, it turns out to be a citizens' assembly directly. And I think it is a good position because there are times that you get with the public representatives, and there are times that you stay on your own and discuss the issues. And with the help of the Istanbul Citizens Assembly is the youngest one in Turkey. But with the help of the existing ones and with the help of the think tanks, etc., because they are paying a lot of importance to the Istanbul Citizens Assembly because of the political situation in Turkey, we overcame the challenges of a newly founded institution. Our friends in Ankara was telling our party is Ankara, and we adopted this motto, and now we say our party is Istanbul, and we are adopting a pluralistic approach, and we mainly trying to set groups for underrepresented citizens. And for the advocacy of those underrepresented citizens. And this is the, I think, most important job of the Citizens Assembly. We focused on three main goals. The first one was the advocacy of the underrepresented groups, nurturing the relations between the civic part and the public part, and the nurturing the relations of the civic ecosystem also, and trying to give floor to the brainstorming opportunities for a better urban life, better urban environment, and monitoring the implementations of the municipality. I think this is the most difficult one because this needs experience, this needs knowledge, and I will explain how we came to overcome this challenge. And Istanbul's size, because this is a very, very big city, and the crowded population is a serious problem of the Citizens Assembly. We have 39 districts, as I already said, and 16 million people living in Istanbul. And every day we try to reach the farthest places of Istanbul and take the opinion of the citizens living there. And in this case, we had to design tools for participation, and we have different implementations for different places and for different people. And for example, we have the cafe participation. The cafe participation is a participation meetings that we take on districts of Istanbul. These are informal meetings I mean, not by saying informal meetings, I want to say in an informal atmosphere, happening in informal atmosphere. And we are reporting the results of those meetings and trying to use them for different tools, and also sharing those reports, the results with the municipality. And we know that, for example, the planning department are using, and they are very happy to get those reports. We have the School of Participation, which is very important for those who want to monitor the implementations of the municipality. We have 5 sub-assemblies and 21 work groups, which has been established according the strategic plan of Istanbul municipality. And there are people enthusiastic to understand what the municipality is doing, what they are doing currently, if things are going parallel to the strategic plan, etc. But they don't know how to run after it. So we are doing trainings for reading the strategic plan, reading the budget of the municipality, and we are organizing meetings with the universities. Professors and the student groups are really interested about the Citizens' Assembly, and they are looking for real problems of the city to debate in the classrooms. So they are also taking part on these monitoring processes. And sometimes how to read the project, for example, to share with the NGOs to get some funds and loans, etc. And yesterday, while listening to the experience of Paris and Dublin, for example, I said we kept always complaining about our situation in Istanbul, but this is more or less the same, because the activities of the Citizens' Assembly is supported by the municipality. So it makes a conflict. It's a financial support and the professional team working in to facilitate the relations between the Citizens' Assembly and the municipality. Of course, the officers of the municipality. But at the end, we came to convince them, and they are standing. They are standing with us while facilitating. So it's a big challenge, but there have been times of success. And for example, we made a project about the child participation. In Turkey, it was happening like that, about the child participation. Adults are getting together and planning some activities for children. For example, bicycle tours. For example, museum visits. For example, the excursions in the nature, etc. We said this will be a place, the Child Assembly, for example, to be a place for children to get together and discuss their environment, their needs in the city. But since the city was very big and very crowded, we said they won't be able to come to the assembly. So we said we should design and construct a special project for the child participation, and we've been in cooperation with a professional pedagogue group. They knew, they had a lot of experience about the child participation and discussing the issues with discussing the issues of the city with the kids. And they designed a box with an abstract map, and we share those boxes in formal and informal learning areas, and within a period of 2 months, we got in contact with 6,600 children, and we analyzed the results, and the report is about to be published nowadays. And then after we finished this participation project, this is the first phase of the participation project about children participation, the municipality said, we start working on a child-friendly municipality declaration. I think this is a big success. And then we had a participation project about the Roman people living in Istanbul. There is a society called Zero Discrimination. The head of this society is a Roman lady who had serious challenges in her lifetime. And we are working with them. We are in close cooperation. We had a workshop about the situation of Roman people living in Istanbul. And generally men are talking in Roman groups. And for the first time in their life, Roman women had the opportunity to express, to pronounce their needs, the struggles of their lives. And we reported the results again to the municipality, and we prepared the action plan, because nothing happens in the municipality. And at the end, for example, with the child participation and the Roman action plan, we understood that we should be one step further from the municipality each time. And we had another success story, I think. I agree with Erika about the participatory budgeting, because we thought we should design a tool which is very efficient about the participation at a time, about the co-creation, about cooperation of the civic part with the municipalities. So we said this should be the participatory budgeting. And this idea was running in the corridors of the Istanbul municipality. And somebody told us that they are thinking about the participatory budgeting. And we said that the Citizens Assembly should be part of it, they told me. And also, we said we also we also feel the needs for the participatory budgeting. So let's set a group for it, a working group for it, and then work for it. And yesterday, Mr. Lambert said the strong commitment is very important for the Citizens Assembly. We experienced this about the participatory budgeting. We worked hard for it, to design it. Not to design, but we debated the budgeting tool from the point of view of civil participation. And for 3 months and a half, for example, every week, at least twice, we gathered and we discussed this topic. And at the end, we reported the results. We were very prepared for it, ready to design this tool. And I had a meeting with the mayor, and he said, we are thinking about the participatory budgeting, and we are thinking about starting in June. And we were so prepared that I said, this is late. And I showed him the timetable that we prepared. He said, maybe you are right. We should discuss this together. And then the municipality adopted the model that we discussed directly at the end. And now, of course, it has some problems because it has to be debated many, many times. But for the last 2 years, they are implementing the participatory budgeting. And there are projects that are not in the first rank between the needs of the city, but we see that while monitoring the results, that the implementations turns into the benefit of the city and the citizens. For example, I want to pronounce some of them. For example, there are projects about education. For example, there is one for the retired school teachers. The retired school teachers working after school hours with the children, especially in disadvantaged regions. The disaster management in neighborhoods. There are projects about urban agriculture, new generation of urban furniture, and smart city ideas, waste management, sea transportation ideas, and climate literacy. And it makes the citizens writing the content of bidding documents of the municipality. I think this is really, really important. And the citizens, the proposal owners are staying in the implementation process as natural advisors. These are my remarks about the experiences of Istanbul Citizens Assembly, and we are also taking part in B40 network that the Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu established with the Balkan municipalities, and we are taking part in the local democracy working group. We can share about the remarks about it afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tülin. Just a question in English so we can clarify, because there's very many different ways that citizens in Istanbul do participate. Is there any way, any format where there is random sortition of citizens involved, or do they get involved in different ways? This random selection?
No,
okay.
There is no participation established on random selection, but we are in the phase of planning a climate assembly, and we are planning to experience this random selection. So it was a good opportunity for me to listen since yesterday the benefits of the random selection.
Okay, thank you very much. Ja ću sada se vratiti na naš jezik, pa ćemo postaviti neka pitanja učesnicima također poziv.
Now I'll return to our language, and we will ask further questions from our participants, panelists, and I'm encouraging you to do so. For Stuart, when we speak about the participation in Citizens' Assembly, which are abundant with diversity, and we heard about that yesterday too, does this imply the participation of all groups, ethnic groups and age groups? Is it an imperative, or is it just necessary to have a good balance and proportional representation of citizens?
A panel for a citizens' assembly, but it does also provide an opportunity to deliver people from more diverse backgrounds, an opportunity for people who might not normally come forward to participate. It's all the selection is random, but the opportunity and the pool of people that might be selected, it provides an opportunity for that to be incredibly diverse. Citizens' assemblies are a powerful tool in the toolbox of soft diplomacy. They offer an opportunity to deal with a subject that perhaps people, I appreciate that people get very engaged in subjects, for example, like the environment, but it's not something that necessarily causes a great deal of political controversy, but it offers an opportunity for people to engage in the topic, and then all of a sudden it rises up to the top of the agenda, and it confronts the politicians, the decision makers, and it makes them have to do something. It's an excellent soft tool to deliver democracy in a community.
Hvala vam mnogo. Za Eriku online bi imao pitanje.
A question for Erica. What are the marginalized groups? Which are the groups that have been marginalized in this Office for Citizens' Imagination? Have the marginalized group actually increased their presence in those imaginative offices?
Hear my name, but I couldn't hear the question. Sorry.
Pitanje.
The question is, which are the marginalized groups that you have identified in your work in Bologna, and has their participation of those marginalized groups increased during time in those imaginative offices and the participative budgeting?
These marginalized groups that you have identified, and then also, does your work have an effect on their inclusiveness in civic processes?
Thank you. We are working on, in our instrument, we are working on we consider marginalized has about the power of decision. The young people, so the ones that doesn't have the right to vote for the political elections, so the people from 16 years old to like 20. So we are focusing on them with the participatory and deliberative democracy tools. We are starting seeing some results. At least in the participatory budgeting, which is the tool that we are using since 2017, because I cannot say about the citizen assembly because we just started. So we are at our first round. So we will see in the next years how it will go. But as for the participatory budgeting, we are seeing some increasing of the percentage of young people actually participating and actually proposing ideas and project and voting for the project. So we started at the 7% of young people, and we are rising to the 9% in the last edition of 2019, which is a very low percentage in our opinion, or at least for what is our goal. But this is why in this new edition that we are just starting, we are focusing a lot on the engagement of this group of people. And then we are engaging on people that are living in the popular housing. So we are working on an engagement politics structure with the agency that is managing popular housing in our city, and we are working together with them. So we are working with them in bringing inside the court the residents and so the buildings of popular housing, bringing them there, the laboratories, like the district laboratories, we are bringing them there, and we are focusing on specific strategies the people living in the popular housing, so in the social housing. And then another group of people that we're working with are the people with migration background. So also to work with them, we are working with different engagement strategies. So we are working, of course, with the social services of our cities. So with our institutional colleagues that are working with them. But then we are also working through the second generation, the next generation living in our cities, because it's through them that we get also to their parents and their families. So again, working through the young and the new generation.
Hvala mnogo, Erika. I posljednje pitanje za Tulin.
A last question for Tulin. Do citizens' assemblies, which include direct participation of people, can they function in those areas where there are certain limits when it comes to where democratic freedom is limited, for example, where participation is not guaranteed always? So it's not only a matter of Turkey. In our regions, there are countries where have certain limits on democratic.
And citizen participation, can this work in countries where there are limitations to democratic freedoms, to freedoms of expression? And it's not just Turkey, it's also countries in our region that have these limitations.
Well, as I said, the citizens' assemblies...
Kao što sam rekla, skupštine građana su pod uticajem političkih stranaka i to pokušavamo prevazići. To je izazov koji nastojimo prevazići i mislim da smo uspjeli. Neutralna pozicija je vrlo važna i ova takozvana umjerena distanciranost je također bitna. Tako da radimo ne samo na problemima koji se tiču urbani aspekta, nego i na nekim društvenim problemima. To pomaže jer iskustvo različiti ljudi, različitih pozadina u stvari dolaze, različitog okruženja, dolaze znači u tu građansku skupštinu i to je vrlo važno. I to je u stvari bit uspjeha tih skupština građana i to se zaista dešava u Turskoj u vrijeme jedne dosta ozbiljne polarizacije društva.
Imamo jedno.
Thank you. Do we have a question from the audience? We do have one. Edin Rahimić. Edin Rahimić, a member of the Citizens' Assembly of Mostar. I attended last year's conference. Mrs. Hadi, I would like to reply to the question raised by Professor Kapičić. Success of the Citizens' Assembly depends on how much the society is democratized. I think that more success is in countries where democracy has more tradition. It is much less in our country and much less in the country where Mrs. Hadi is from. The success, it is important actually to ensure that the members of the Citizens' Assembly have a less political engagement as possible, because normally they would then be the spokespersons of their political party rather than the citizens. I would like to also reply to the lady who is in the video link. It is very important that the Citizens' Assembly is as large as possible, because that way we could select people who would have the best possible influence. and would express the desire for work. This random selection is also something I would like to reflect on, and this could be a double-edged sword. We may then select people who are not even interested in the topic, and it's not their problem. When they made the selection in Mostaru, I was quite pleased because the people who were selecting the people to the Citizens' Assembly first asked them whether they wanted to participate, and then, if you want to participate, what is the topic that you would like to discuss? Because not all of us have the same needs. Somebody is interested in environmental issues, somebody is interested in utilities, somebody in urban planning. So we all have different needs. So when someone says that they want to participate in the Citizens' Assembly, then they need to state what the most interesting topic for them is. Furthermore, people selecting the people to participate in the Citizens' Assembly must learn or find out whether that person has the basic knowledge about the topic that is to be the subject of discussion. Because if people have no knowledge about the topic they're going to discuss, then we won't reach our goal. The third thing I would like to agree with you on is that it's very important to include all categories of the population in the Citizens' Assembly, elder people and the young people. It's very interesting, actually, to listen to a discussion between a 17-year-old girl and a 77-year-old retiree, because then you actually get the best possible compromise, best for the citizen. So rich people, poor people, gender participation has to be, or representation has to be also ensured. You have people coming from the center of the cities, people from the suburbs, people from rural areas. I think that the Citizens' Assembly in Mostaru has met all those requirements thanks to the efforts of the people who have organized the Citizens' Assembly in Mostaru. And just to conclude, the success of the Citizens' Assembly also depends on the people who are in power. It's no longer up to the citizens, but it also depends on the people, the elected officials. And the people have to check whether the decisions of the people are implemented or not.
Thank you for your comment, and I think you also stressed now the importance of random selection. Exactly. The random selection ensures a well-balanced representation of citizens, including underrepresented categories. I think our time ran out, or we have online questions.
Selma Smajkić from Municipality Center Sarajevo. Her question is addressed to the panelists concerning participatory budgeting and how dedicated their communities or their authorities are in the implementation of this concept. How does it relate to the other participatory processes which exist in their authorities? And she's also noting that in BIH they are familiar very well with the concept of participatory budgeting, but unfortunately the proposals from the citizens are majorly neglected in this view. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to address this question to Erika because Bologna has the most experience in this.
Yes, thank you. This is actually a very good question, and is something we are questioning ourselves in the way we keep together all the participatory process. So what we where we arrived as our develop of the tools is that we have a common space for every participatory process, which is which are the district laboratories. So district laboratories are the space where the participatory budgeting is the main process, is the main participatory process, but is related to each and every other like process that can be implemented through the district laboratories. So we try to keep together the different processes, and we are working now to a reorganization of all those like process and tools we have through a plan that we call it the neighborhoods plan. And it's something really similar to what also Barcelona implemented as Plan de Barris, which is a kind of reorganization of everything that happens in our cities through the lens of neighborhoods, of districts, so through the lens of proximity. And this like plan included every output of every participatory process. So even if, for example, the experience like or the proposal that arrive to the participatory budgeting, that proposal that maybe don't get to win, and so don't get to be implemented by participatory budgeting, then we don't lose them. We just keep it in this like neighborhood plan, and we see how they fit with the needs and other like process, and we keep them like all together as output of participatory process, trying to find also maybe different way, different paths or different resources to see if those like proposals coming from the citizens are even like are still like good, even if they didn't win. So it is very complicated, and on regards of the engagement of the politicians and on the administrative like workers, it is a long way. I mean, it is a process. Like I know that before, like I started like to have this position, like so. In the very first edition, 2017, 2018 of our participatory budgeting, I know from my colleagues that it was really hard to get the different like directors of the maybe public works or other like sector of the administration to understand and to accept that was important, that if it was coming from citizens, they would have managed that intervention, then that work as it was their own decision. So it was really hard to make them understand that something coming from participatory budgeting has the same, even actually more value of what is coming from their own office or their own decision. So it was a long process, but we got to a point where in Bologna at least is starting to become really like normal to work in this way. So this is a very like a cultural transformation, a cultural change, but it took years to get there, to get the municipality, the body, the institutional body to understand how was important, and that we will not work more. We will not do step behind, like we will not get back to a not participatory decision process. So.
Okay. Hvala vam mnogo na odgovoru. Mislim da imamo pitanja ovdje. Samo ćemo prvo online pitanje jedno uzeti.
Thank you very much. We have questions here, but we will take an online question. Prije smo još imali jedno pitanje o participativnom budžetiranju koje je došlo od Omira Tufe. Zatim pitanje od Selme iz opštine Centar Sarajevo. A tiče se kriterija kako skupštine građana utvrđuju kriterije za vrednovanje zahtjeva građana u odnosu na strateška usmjerenja općine i ograničena budžetska sredstva. Mislim da zapravo pitanje znači kako
they can propose.
Okay, maybe Stuart, can you answer this maybe?
A very interesting question from the point of view that when it really goes to the heart of how they are then advised and informed about that topic. It goes to the heart of the quality of the information that is given to the citizens to allow them to make their decisions. And that, of course, has to include the reality of local budgeting. Because at the end of the day, they're also local taxpayers, so they have to make the decision amongst themselves, weighing up the evidence that's presented to them by experts on the topic or the subject, and balancing that against what they're willing to pay and what they believe their community or their society is willing to pay. And ultimately then transmitting that information to the local authority so that they can make the final democratic decision.
Hvala vam, Stuart. Imamo još jedno pitanje, molim vas samo kratko, jer već kava nam se hladi vani već duže vremena. Mikrofon.
One more question, please, and then we'll have a break.
Današnji dan je čak meni interesantniji nego jučerašnji. Šta hoću da kažem?
Today is more interesting than yesterday. My point, as a child of Mostar, we have specific neighborhoods in Mostar, and I recall in springtime when people were cleaning and painting their houses, we had little channels connected to the river Radobolja in Mostar, and everything worked well. Today we have this Donja Mahala neighborhood in Mostar. Now Mostar was an example of this kind of engagement and participation. The roads were, there was no asphalt on the road, and all of us children were bringing what needed to be brought there for painting and cleaning the house. So Mostar was a town of beautiful neighborhoods with a lot of roses planted. We had a committee on environment which awarded the most beautiful backyard or balcony until 1980s. Now, after the whole process of urbanization, we don't have orchards anymore in Mostar. The whole orchards were removed, eliminated, and developed. Mostar was developed overnight. It was a beautiful eco-environment with many rivers, Buna, Drežanka, Radobolja. But the structure we have now retained only partly this concept of neighborhood, and Mostar has only one nice park. We used to have much more parks in Mostar. And for me, today's discussion is much more interesting than yesterday. And Istanbul, I know Istanbul through Orhan Pamuk. I read his book, New Istanbul, and what has been done in order to more urban this megapolis. Thank you for your comments. If you don't have any further comments, we'll invite you for a 15 minutes break, and then we will resume at 11:25.
Also, thank you to the online participants. We will see you in 15 minutes.
Molim vas da sjednete, nastavljamo sa diskusijom. Hvala lijepo.
Please take your seats. We'll resume our discussion. We will start now. I do hope that The open discussion was interesting for all of you, and that you've come up with some conclusions which you could share with us here. I hope Claudia is also with us and can hear us well. I would kindly ask you to hear what questions were addressed by the groups, two groups in open discussion. I will inform you of the outcome of the discussion at the round table I moderated. What were the underrepresented groups which should be more engaged in the deliberative process and decision-making process in order to make this deliberative process as relevant as possible and in compliance with the main principles of deliberative processes. I spoke with representatives from Mostar, Maglaj, Iliash, different towns in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they nearly unanimously, both men and women, spoke about the underrepresentation of women. And this underrepresentation did not pertain to employment in the public institutions, city administration or local administration, local governments. The underrepresentation which women mentioned actually pertain to the lack of their voice and the invisibility of a women perspective and authentic experience women have, which should be more integrated in these deliberative processes. And these women testified that they would be more than happy if this situation could change, and that one of the focuses of deliberative practices should be to increase the engagement of women in executive and legislative authorities. Yes, thank you very much. Among other things, they also noted that the underrepresentation of the Roma population, especially in Mostar, although there were some disagreements among the members of this discussion group about the Roma population and their participation in the decision-making process. They all unanimously thought that their visibility and their engagement in decision-making should be enhanced. So we definitely need to focus on women and young people on this city on the river of Neretva. That is the position of the group I discussed today's topic. The topic of underrepresentation of certain groups. And the members of the group also asked to participate in designing tools which could help enhance the visibility of these groups. Damir, the floor is yours. We also discussed the same topic. We also mentioned Romani as a marginalized group. In the previous Citizens' Assembly of Mostar took into account equal representation. They do not have such a large population here in Mostar to secure them a visible representation in the cities, in the assembly. But as long as we have a larger group of Romani, we should ensure their full and equal representation. That's extremely important. And we have 5 points or questions as a group. How to establish cooperation with organizations which work with marginalized groups, organizations such as women organization, youth organization, organizations for people with disabilities, for Roma, and so on. The second question, how to enable the underrepresented groups to participate in defining the topic of deliberation, because it is crucial that they are engaged in this process when citizens decide which topic will be addressed. So they need to be involved in this particular phase. Of course, all of them, minorities, youth, and other groups. And we have another question about persons who don't have a right to vote. Young people who have not turned 18, foreigners who stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and non-residents, the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina who are registered in one town but live in another town. How we can engage these persons? They don't have a right to vote. What is the way to ensure their voting right? The fourth question concerns youth in particular, and we asked how can we inform them better of the concept of deliberative democracy through schools, especially the secondary school students, because our schools and education system does not allow for flexibility. And again, regarding youth education, how can we adjust the education in this area and encourage their interest? What channels we can use to encourage them to participate? These are the topics we discussed, and I would like to follow up on this. At the beginning of the open discussion in our group, we focused on the issue of representation of persons who do not identify themselves with three main constituencies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Mostaru, we have citizens who do not feel that they belong to any of these two major constituencies in Mostaru. And we thought that it was very important to take into account the perspective of these citizens who do not perceive themselves as members of one of the three main constituent peoples. There's, regardless of the fact that the local level is not the proper level to discuss about being a Croat or Serb or Bosniak, the citizens believe that this should become a focus, and this also applies to the Roma population, which are not a constituent people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now I suggest we could hear from Claudia what was the topics they discussed in their group, and Claudia, if you have any comments to the points made by me and Damir.
I'll come in with what our group talked about. Really, there's a lot of similarities, and I think a few additional points. We had a really, really rich discussion also in the group here online. So perhaps I maybe start by trying to weave in a bit of what we talked about and also answer in some ways or bring to light some of the things that came up through the discussions here, because I think this point about really how to enable underrepresented groups to participate in a deliberation is something that we spent some time about as well. So it's not just about creating the conditions to be inviting and then making sure that there's representation of groups that don't always have a voice, but then also within the process itself. There was a really good point made by somebody here in the group that it's why having independent but also really skilled facilitators and moderators and mediators makes a big difference to enabling people who perhaps have a bit less confidence to participate, making sure that there aren't certain voices who are dominating more than others. All of these sort of design details actually matter a lot for the process to be inclusive. There was another point that was sort of related to this that I think it's important to touch on, and I think relates to some of the questions that were brought up about how do we really create the conditions for the people from these underrepresented groups who are not participating as much in other forms of democracy for a reason. How do we create the conditions that would enable them to be able to even accept an invitation to be part of an assembly in the first place? So this linked up to some of the things that we heard in the presentations this morning related to, paying people an honorarium to be able to participate, but also other things like perhaps providing childcare, covering transportation costs, and also, when it comes to groups like perhaps refugees, having investment in having mediators there that are able to also, bring in people who need perhaps an extra bit of translation into translating different cultures, translating different languages into a process. All of this relates to an investment that the municipality is actually willing to make. And this relates to another point that we talked about, that it's partly the inclusiveness comes from all of these actions and doing these things, but it's also really important to have a narrative that's coming from the leadership of the mayor and councillors in a place that, we are a place that is inclusive, that wants to be democratic, where, we are wanting to be including the diversity of the perspectives in the place that we are. It's really important to also have that coming as the sort of message that is coming through about why are we doing this and what kind of place do we want to be, I suppose. Let me see a little bit what else we talked about in the notes here. I mean, there was also some examples that came up about being careful around, I suppose, around desires to be including minority groups, not actually exacerbating segregation, but having the opposite effects. So there were examples about how quite often there's sort of almost like separate groups that get created for different minorities. So there might be like a youth council or a refugee council or a Roma council or groups that are created to try and give minority groups a voice, and that this is important because it is important that those groups are able to represent their views as a group, but then it's important within a deliberative process that it's also about creating the conditions for people to be there together, all as, equal members of a place they're living in together, and that they're not there to be representing either their gender or their political party or their minority group, but that everyone is there, for example, as somebody living in Mostaru, and that's the lens through which they are participating. And so as a way of trying to overcome some of the segregation that can potentially be happening. And then we also talked about I don't know, I suppose we also connected it back to some of the bigger questions that we were talking about yesterday, because there were some questions that came up around, why are some groups underrepresented and why are people not participating? And perhaps some people want to be a bit more passive or are more passive. And so it kind of links back to the bigger question of how do we actually create these processes to be genuinely meaningful and worth people's time to participate in? Because a lot of consultation processes and a lot of, even assemblies today are very much in an advisory capacity. And I think we all have an innate sense of when our time is being wasted. And it's not always obvious for people to feel like it's actually worth their time to give up multiple hours to participate in something if it's not clear that actually this will change something, this will have an impact on their lives. And so it connects back to this wider issue about institutionalization, about where power lies. And I think it also connects to one of the questions that I heard coming up from the other groups about how to also enable underrepresented groups to participate in defining the topic of deliberation. Again, we had talked about yesterday about how giving actually randomly selected groups of people in agenda setting councils the right to be setting the agenda, choosing the topics that come up. I think this is one of those ways in ensuring actually that it's also people from all the diversity of society that are able to be shaping what topics are able to be raised in the first place. And I think, we talked about quite a lot of things, but those seem to be some of the main points that came through and perhaps are more in line also with some of the questions and issues that came up in the other group discussions as well.
Hvala mnogo. Da li ima netko od...
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the room here in Mostar who would like to follow up on what we've heard so far, or we should proceed with the conclusions. After the conclusions, we will have the final address, so please stay with us for next 20 or 30 minutes. Claudia, thank you very much for your contribution. Ja se izvinjavam, ako mogu, još sam pogledala i pitanja koja su došla iz vaših grupa, pa sam htjela još nešto reći. Jer činilo mi se da je zanimljiva pitanja grupe koja nemaju još politička prava maloljetnika.
And again, I think it's really important that, I think this whole conversation is actually opening up a really important and big discussion about who has civic and political rights. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well, but in a lot of these assemblies, we're already starting to see how they're much more inclusive than our traditional electoral system, where it's people who are not necessarily nationals of a country who are able to participate. We've seen multiple times now, and it was also the case in Mostaru, that it was people 16 and over who could participate. I mentioned yesterday the example of the Children's Parliament in Scotland, which is also extending the rights to people who are under 16 as well. And so I'm just wanting to emphasize that I think this is a really important part of the bigger conversation we're having here about the future of democracy and who should have political and civic rights to be participating. And I think the fact that they've been opening up through citizens' assemblies is showing us the way that we could be having a different kind of democratic future with a different kind of civic and political participation as well. And then the other thing I wanted to share some examples of, because I think there was an interesting point about youth and deliberative democracy in schools. There have been some examples, and this started in Bolivia, but actually has been happening in other places now too, where in schools where there's maybe a more traditional student council process of involving students to be involved in decision making. Usually this happens through elections, and it's our first exposure to the popularity contest of elections. As they are in Bolivia, they started replacing the elections-based model of student councils with choosing people through lottery and having the rotation of students, each taking turns to have the responsibility of being on the student council. And it's something that has been spreading in other countries as well. And I think that there's also some interesting things to be considering about how even younger than secondary schools, how could we be maybe even giving more rights and responsibilities and really strengthening the agency of children by bringing in these principles of deliberative democracy as well. I was speaking to someone yesterday who was telling me about some examples in democratic, I forget what they called it, democracy schools in Paris, actually, that I didn't know about, so I need to look more into this. But just to say, I think there's some there is some experimentation and thinking going on about this. And I think the earlier we start, actually, the more this has a big impact on society as well, because one of the things I think we haven't talked about in this conference too much yet overall, but is a bigger part of the picture with deliberative democracy, is that it's an incredibly transformative experience to be part of a citizens' assembly. So because of the fact that the civic lottery, the sortition random selection process, brings in people who don't typically participate as well, it means that it's also strengthening the sense of agency and political and personal efficacy of the people who are part of this. So people who maybe have never voted or have never been part of a party or gone to other political things end up becoming much more active and have a much strengthened sense of, actually, I am capable and I am just as worthy as anyone else as being able to be involved in such things. And so we see in many places across the world, this is really a common feature of citizens' assemblies, how the people who've been part of them go on to be much more active in their communities, get more involved in parties, get more involved in volunteering, set up new associations. And so if we think about the knock-on effects of this, and if we think about trying to bring that into schools and with children, and also, you know, really having the emphasis on also making sure underrepresented groups are part of these processes, I think that's where we can see the sort of transformative potential as well for democracy more broadly. So sorry, I know that's a little bit of a tangential point, but because there wasn't another way that we really talked about this in this conference, I also wanted to share that reflection and bring that in as well. Thanks, and I'll pass it back to you.
Claudia, hvala vama. Hvala.
Thank you, Claudia, and thank you to all who have contributed to the conference via online. And I would like to thank all the technical staff that has diligently worked to ensure that this process be functional. I would also like to thank all the participants of the conference, as well as the representatives of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe. The only thing that we can do for you who are not physically present with us, we give you an applause to thank you for your participation online. Thank you. Mr. Professor Kapicic, would you like to follow up? No, I think that everything has been said and we can move on to the conclusions. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to conclude the conference, and I would pass the floor to the main advisor of the city of Mostar, our host city, and I would welcome Mrs. Radmila Komadina. Thank you for welcoming us here, and on my left side I have been joined by Mr. Rafael Benitez, the director of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, who will take the floor after Mrs. Komadina. Mrs. Komadina, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a particular pleasure to be able to welcome you today. We have witnessed that the conference has been concluded, and during this 2 days long conference, which was a quality one, we were able to hear the experiences and the good practices of the regions where our panelists and speakers were coming from, and maybe we could find an acceptable model for Mostar and the local self-government units. As Mr. Dixon said, I would like to emphasize again, Mostar had a difficult crisis since the year 2012, and it lasted until December 2020, when we finally had the local elections. The functioning of the city council and the election of the mayor actually led to the creation of optimum conditions to resolve the issues that have just piled up. And I can say that a new positive energy has been created, and I'm sure that you have noticed it yourself. That energy, positive energy, is something that was felt by the Council of Europe and the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. And they decided to award a project to Mostar. They offered a new form of organization and decision-making, and that is deliberative democracy, that is through a citizens' assembly. It was a new thing, and as the mayor said yesterday, for him and the chairman of the Kinsi Council, it was something new, something unseen, unresearched, and we sort of perceived it with a slight dose of reservation. However, we did accept the project, and now we can see how the Citizens' Assembly functioned. We know how much they worked and how much quality work they invested, particularly in July, a month which is very known as a very hot month in Mostar. They spent weekends, entire weekend over here, and they really made an effort together with the representatives of the Council of Europe and the Congress, and they managed to come up with some quality recommendations. We know that those recommendations were transformed into an action plan. The action plan was unanimously adopted at the session of the City Council of Mostar, and then these recommendations are now in the process of being implemented. Maybe we lack some information about the implementation, but we will definitely ensure that proper information is delivered to the citizens. We have a special website designed for that. Considering that those recommendations concerned the situation with the utilities in Mostar, the cleanliness, environmental issues, and you will be able to see today that we will see some real effects in the field. It will concern the gardens of some schools. Concerning deliberative democracy, actually all I'm saying now is about deliberative democracy is just the beginning of a new story, a nice story. Every beginning is hard, but unless we develop our activities, unless we include some innovations, as we have had the opportunity to hear at this conference, I think that a democratic process will be happening in Mostar, and it will enrich the process, and then the Charter on Local Self-Government, the Charter on the Principles of Self-Government will actually come into life, will materialize in a democratic environment. And then the citizens will be able to live in accordance with those principles. There is a key word that the mayor mentioned yesterday, and I think that most agree with him, that is confidence. Confidence between the local authorities and the citizens. And considering everything that I have described, the crises that we have been facing, I think we all sort of relaxed too much. The citizens had a feeling that the problems were there, they were stagnating, that there was no one to resolve their problems, and that everything was just there. I think confidence is a very important word. But it's also a category which is difficult to regain, particularly if that confidence has been negatively affected. And this particularly pertains to the relationship between the authorities and the citizens. So it is something that we need to continue working on. So we need to regain that confidence of the citizens, and I think that we are on a good path. However, we must endure. And all of the mechanisms that have been presented, those are good mechanisms. We should actually make an attempt to institutionalize such good mechanisms. An example of good practice in Mostar can serve for other local self-government units in BIH. It could be an initial model, and The first activity was the Citizens' Assembly and then these innovations. I think that we should build on those experiences and ensure the participation of citizens in the process and actually raise it to a higher and more quality level. Finally, without further ado, since we have another speaker, I would really like to express particular gratitude to the Council of Europe, the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, and the office based in Sarajevo. I would like to thank all of them for their support to Mostar. Thank you for supporting us in all of our activities, and I do expect that your support will continue to exist in the future. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Mrs. Komadina, for your concluding remarks. And now I would invite the Director of the Congress of Local Regional Authorities, Mr. Rafael Benitez, to address the forum.
Nicola. Well, first of all, thank you to the City of Mostar and to the Council and to the Mayor for their hospitality. We are grateful for your kind words. Rest assured we will continue to support you. And again, as I said, Mostar has shown the way and will certainly be used as a founding stone on which to build further. I wish also to thank all of you for making this a successful event. Those of you here and those of you who have participated online, we understand that there was a significant attendance and that this has been picked up by the media as well. I think the quality of the interventions is really remarkable. I personally have learned a lot as well, and I'm very grateful to all of you for making this a successful event where we have exchanged experiences and mutually learn about the experiences in each of our places. I think this is all part, as it has been said, of this new wave, this deliberative wave, which has created a new dynamic, and which is in a way really flashing throughout the European continent and beyond. I think it's something we are seeing now as a worldwide trend. And in a way this takes us to innovation, which is what the human being can do best, is to innovate, to try to do better. And again, I think Mostar has been exemplary in that respect. It is about participating. It's about not being passive subjects in the world where we live, but making sure that all of us can take a part in our destiny. I also picked up on the mayor's word, confidence. There's a very close word, trust. So sometimes you get lost in the translation, but I think all in all they go hand in hand. It's again part of this dynamic, is to say, do not think that the others cannot contribute. Everyone can contribute. And this notion that we've also heard about collective wisdom, it's very important. One bee alone would not survive. It is all the bees together that make that formidable community to produce incredible things, such as honey. I think this notion that together we are stronger, and that in so doing we serve the community. So ultimately that we advance the principle of democracy. And I think this idea of collective wisdom is something which we have in a way forgotten. And something that came to mind is the exercise in the jury. When a popular jury is set up, this is done on the basis of randomness. Citizens from any background, anyone can be part of that process and ultimately contribute to serving the cause of justice. So I think the same can be said here. Ultimately serving the cause of democracy through involving people and serving the community. And I think this is very important, and this is really enshrined in the core business of the Council of Europe, serving the people, serving 800 million of Europeans. As for takeaways of this event today, not only for Mostar and not only for your country, but beyond, for all of us. I think we can certainly underline the importance of this unique opportunity to do things differently, to practice democracy differently. The notion of representativeness and inclusiveness, either all or none. Together we can do better. Randomness. Anyone over 16 who would be well informed and who would be given the tools to contribute effectively to this process. This is very important. It's not the only solution. It's a complementary tool to all the other tools that we have to make our democracies work, but it's a very important one. But it will only succeed if it's followed up, if it's taken seriously. Whether this has to be enshrined in the law, probably. In some countries it will be a necessity, because otherwise it will not be taken seriously. But in any case, what is important is that it is followed up, that it is taken seriously, and that there is transparency, and that there is good communication, because trust and confidence work both ways. The trust and the confidence of the politicians in the decisions that are taken, that these are the right decisions, that these decisions serve the community as a whole, but also the trust of the citizens in their politicians, in making sure that the work they do serves a purpose for the greater good of the community. As for follow-up to this, specifically in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we will soon issue a call allowing all municipalities in the country to apply, so that we replicate this model using this very good example in another municipality in the country. At the same time, we will enhance the capacity of a platform of exchanges to serve all of you in gaining greater insight on the do's and don'ts, on the success stories and the less successful aspects of it. And in this respect, I would also like to highlight the importance of the memorandum signed on Monday between the two associations of local authorities in this country. I think it's a wonderful news, again, showing the way of moving forward for the sake of servicing the communities. And we need to be consistent as well ourselves. So we pay a lot of attention to making sure that the citizens' recommendations are implemented and taken seriously. And for that reason, following this conference, together with the steward and my colleagues from the office here and from Strasbourg, we will be participating in an event held in Mostaru this afternoon, where we will be launching an ecological campaign together with the youth in Mostaru and the colleagues of the city of Mostaru. I think this is the best tribute we can pay to the important work that the citizens of Mostaru are doing. With this, I would like to thank you all once again, thank the interpreters, thank our moderator and those who have contributed to the success of this event, both in Mostaru and online. And thank once again the city of Mostaru for their hospitality, and praise them for the political will to strengthen local democracy. I hope you have enjoyed this event, and rest assured that the Council of Europe and the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities within will continue supporting you in these endeavors. Thank you very much.
Mnogo hvala direktoru kongresa.
I would thank the director of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. Thank you all, to all participants, to all those who have joined us online. Special thanks to the technical team that has provided all the technical aspects for this online hybrid conference, and applause for the technical team. Thank you for responding to the invitation of the Council of Europe. I would also like to thank the team of interpreters who have put an effort to translate or interpret all of their words. And thank you to Council of Europe, Mrs. Marité Moras, who has supervised and monitored this event and allowed us, given all the proper contributions, to ensure that this event is handled in the best possible professional standards. Thank you, Natalia Mijovic, Damian Jugovic, Ivana Ivandic. Thank you, Professor Dixon, Mr. Dixon, for your contribution to this conference. I wish to say goodbye to all of you and to thank you for your participation.